All right, so matches are just about to begin. Let me take off that starting soon button. Not button, the sticker. um, Hello. So today we got the Pride Month Open happening. As you can see at the bottom, there is a donation QR code. So you could click that to support the Trevor Project. God, I'm already starting off tripping over my words. Um, Let me just ready up, and then I think. Oh yeah, sounds like matches are starting in 1 minute. Whew. Yeah, like the title says, I'm not going to be able to talk to chat much because I am 5 minutes in the future from all y'all. But I am excited to see just how today goes. The format is going to be a 5-match scramble followed by the top 4 players being at one final table. They also have Big Homba, which, first off, very fun to say. I love talking about Big Homba. Second off, instead of being the normal 300 points that you would get for a dealer repeat, you instead get 1,500 points per dealer repeat. So if you end up starting Homba Hell, if you end up like racking up those Homba and just continuing to stay in the dealer seat, that gets very scary very fast. I played a couple practice matches of this last night, and it was a lot of fun. I really liked the Big Homba. I haven't played like that before. And there was also, what was there? There's double the payment for no 10. So if you're not in Tenpai at the end of the round, you know, you just, you have to pay double the value. So instead of the usual 3,000 points crossing the table, there is now 6,000 points crossing the table. And there is also no extension into the West rounds. So, which I didn't know about that going into my first practice match. And it was a very tight game. So I was like, okay, I can try to like keep everyone within 5,000 points of the starting value and just like keep us going into West. And I was trying to do that from last place, and it didn't work out quite how I hoped. It ended the game immediately, but the good news is I did manage to take third in that game. So I was, maybe not happy about it, but I was happy to at least get not last in the game that doesn't matter. Oh, hang on, a bunch of ads are going out, so let me see. Yeah, that's just people who are not currently readied up. So game should be starting any second now. There's also a starting value of you have 30,000 points to start rather than the usual 25,000, which makes sense because bigger Homba. And I think that there's no busting as well. So I believe, if I remember right, that you can go down into the negatives. I think. I'm also going to be... I'm probably going to be a little bit quieter once the match actually starts. Because I just kind of... It's a tournament, I want to focus. So I'll try to just sort of forget the mic is here, forget the stream is ongoing, and just try to play my best. Try to kick ass. I'm not sure if my name was on that list, but I am unreadying and re-readying just in case. Okay, I see. It was not on that list. And now, because I unreadied, it was on that list. Okay. Whew. I woke up an hour and a half ahead of time, and I was just thinking, like, oh, I got plenty of time to, like, get everything ready, and I spent the last 15 minutes just trying to scramble everything together, forgetting like, oh yeah, I gotta like start the stream and post about going live and stuff. And of course, like different friends messaging me, some in the tournament asking about it, and some just like saying, hey, hell yeah, good luck. Looks like we're still waiting on a few more people to ready up. Oh, hang on. Message deleted? Whatever. It's not me. I should be good. I'm a little bit anxious going into this first match just because I'm not used to doing tournaments streaming. Usually I like to devote like all of my focus to the game. But I think that it's gonna make it kind of fun too. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people. 10 people still gotta ready up. Come on. I believe in y'all. I say that like this doesn't happen with like every tournament I've been in. I'm sure they'll ready up in a minute. I should also make sure... Yeah, okay. So there's the pause request channel. So if at any point anyone disconnects, I can pause the game, let them try to rejoin. Oh, games for round 1 starting. Here we go. Let's get into this. Move my mic just a little bit since it was hitting my arm in a bad way. And I like to be able to have a little bit more desk space. Where's the ping? Oh, that's just that. Is the game gonna start? Should I... Okay, cool. I was getting scared. I was like, should I unready and re-ready? Or would that fuck it up more? Would that risk, like, not being put in a match? So Haku is the Dora here, so I am gonna want to keep that. I do have the door indicators and, what's it called? Tsumogiri tiles turned off. The Tsumogiri tiles, frankly, I just don't like. Being able to see, I think that is a little bit more distracting. But also, with the Dora, I don't know, I just kind of wanted to like practice a little bit more lately with just getting myself to actually pay attention to the door indicator rather than just looking for the shiny tile. So there might be a couple points, because I'm still sort of getting used to that, where like I might discard a Dora just forgetting that it's Dora. And this isn't a forgetful thing, this one's just a conscious decision. We got some good shapes here. It could even be a 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, if I get lucky. Or I could just call for it, but then that would just make it a 1-Han hand, and I kind of don't really want to do that. Maybe if I were dealer. Yeah, I'm not taking that right now. That's interesting. I'm dropping it. I really like this 6 going with this 4. If I pick up a 5, that's a nice 3-sided weight. And of course I could just pick up a 7 as well. Build off that. The extra 6 here just lets this possibly be a pair, possibly a triplet, but I already have 2 pairs, so the more that you add, the more awkward it gets. The 6 is just good really for like, if I wanted to try to get, if I just want to try to get Chitoy, 7 pairs. So I will just need the 1 So now for the Sanshoku if I want to build that. I think this 4 and 6 are going to be going. That said, hang on, 3 1 So are out. So that is going to be hard to get. I need to draw the last one, or I need Tekiyama or Takako to drop one for me. Play Takako, not Takako. Okay, pick that up. I'm gonna say fuck the Sanshoku. Trying to get that 1 So is already a bit questionable. In fact, because 3 1 So are out, I'm gonna go ahead and cut the cut this nice 2-sided weight. Because it's kind of barely a 2-sided weight at this point. I thought that either the 2 was more likely, or alternatively, I could have picked up the 4, pretty much just as likely for either 3. So I'm glad that I managed to pick that up like that. Hell yeah. Not Ipatsu because there was the call, but I do get the first win there. So Riichi Pinfu. Sadly no Ura, but I'm perfectly fine with that. A decent-ish 3,000 point hand. Better than the open Sanshoku would have been. And puts me in dealer seat, so Chun now is the Dora. The red dragon. It's interesting. I kind of don't want to drop anything. I will go ahead and drop this. With 2 other pairs, I'll just drop the weakest one. This could also technically be a 789 Sanshoku, but I think that's pretty bad because, again, I already have too many groups. So trying to build an extra group around here, especially an awkward one like that, not going to be too great. I think I got to turn off calls here because it's not... Okay, hang on. That 5-pin pickup is great. If I can pick up one of these 7s, I'll be real happy. I think this East is going to have to go. It would be nice to keep it because, like, I'm double East right now. But yeah, I think the next useful tile I pick up, this East is going. So we have 1 Haku out over here. I will take that over the East. It's just easier to build off of, even though I've already dropped 2 9s. If I pick up an 8, I'll be like mildly frustrated, but it'll still be better than picking up the East. And of course I could pick up the 6 So as well, just like that. Now the question is, what do I discard now? And I think I'm going to discard one of these. Still leave myself the possibility of triplets, or alternatively the 1 2 3, which was just as good as the 789, but unfortunately I do pick that up. I'm cutting it though, because now I don't want to risk Fairy 10. I think that a lot of my other shapes are too good that that would risk being the final weight for me, and I don't really want that. Okay. That's fine. Still in the lead. Still early. It's not a strong lead, but that's okay. 5 Sodora. I do have one. I do have a pair of Chun. I can call and just take a 2-Han hand, and I might do that. I think if a red dragon comes out now, I'll probably... Yeah, I'll probably pass on it if it comes out very, very, very soon. Try to get it later. But... Yeah. I think that's the best play here. Because, like, this could be Riichi, even if the red dragons end up as a pair. I have good shapes right now, so I'm good with not calling on that, especially now. Especially now. That's fantastic. I'm gonna keep the north wind as some slight safety for a second. Like, I could have kept the 8 and maximized the chance of Tanyao. Maybe swapped out the red dragons at some point. But I think the north is just going to be safer overall, and you just never know, like, when other players are going to be hitting Tenpai. Hell yeah, I'm so glad I drew that. Okay. Okay, you can call Con, that's fine. 5 Pandora. I'm happy with that because I'll probably be calling Riichi. And if I draw a 5 pin, I'll be especially happy. That's an interesting pickup. I kind of don't like it. Because I have too many groups right now. If I were to keep that. And unlike this group in here, I can't really benefit from an extra door. Like, sure, I could maybe swap this out eventually with a red 5, but I could also get a red 5 pin as well, and that would also be regular door on top of being Akadora. So I'm going to be looking for... It's probably going to be a 3, 6, or 9 so that I pick up and drop this, but I could also pick up a 2 or 5 pin. That's more what I'm hoping for. Leave this as a nice 3-sided final weight. Now that's interesting. It does let me... Actually, that's really nice because that is, again, the Dora. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that 4. Now I wouldn't feel bad about calling on the Chun. And I think instead of going for the 3-sided weight... Well, hang on. How many of these are out? We have 3 3s out and 2 6s. That's actually... Well, 3 6s because I have one in my hand as well. 4 6s. Okay, so I would strictly need a 3 if I keep that weight. I definitely can't call that. Unless I were to drop, like, a Tumon. That's unfortunate. Was that Ipatsu or was there a call between that? Did that happen this turn? I don't think it did. It was Ipatsu, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll come back. Whew. East Wind Dora. A nice red 5. Can't really call tiles with this hand. Let's discard the 9 so. Keep the green for just a second. I really like most of my shapes in this hand. Only thing awkward is these 2 separate pairs. Well, now that could be a 2-3 and a 3-4-5 setup. This could definitely be Tanyao. I could call and make this 2 Han. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna go Tanyao. I might not call, but I will go Tanyao. Okay, let's take a look here. So you're calling that. What could you be going for? Don't really like that early call. I think this has to go. If I want to push this hand... hang on. I just don't have safe tiles. Discard this. Okay, it passed. And then 5-so is going to go next. And this is also going to be a setup for Pinfu. Or not. Oh. Rough start. Rough East round. Southwind Dora, and also it's double value for me, being the double wind. So if I can get a triplet of those, I'll be thrilled. There is a chance of making this Honitsu. I'm gonna try it for just a second. I might not stick with it. The 6 and 7 is really nice. Not to mention, of course, the Honitsu, the half flush is, it would be pretty obvious. Is it worth risking? Do I think that these two would actually choose to push into it? Oh, hang on. I think I gotta try. I would really love to be able to keep this south. So much so that I'm considering if a white dragon comes up, maybe even dropping from this suit. Maybe dropping this 4 or 6. It's 3 Han versus a lot more. I'm doing this. I'm playing a little bit ballsy. I think this is a dumb decision, to be frank. But if I can make this Toy, and if I can get the South win, I'll be thrilled. The con was actually very stupid on my part. I shouldn't have done it, especially, yeah, with that. Okay, it was small though, and they didn't hurt Aura, so... That's the big thing. I am playing way too recklessly. Gotta calm down a little bit, especially now that I'm dealer. Pair of 3s, that's very nice. Let's go ahead, drop that. Pair of 3s is really nice because it is the Dora. I could look at going for Tanyao, Dora 2, or Dora 3. Drop south here. Let's try to pull this back here. And take a sip of my water. For a second, I thought I misclicked while I was drinking my water. That's interesting. 'Cause 2 of those are already out. I'm gonna say no to those. I'm not gonna be willing to take it. Make it Tanya. I was thinking Toy is a possibility, but that's much harder when one of the pairs has to stay a pair. Keep the Haku just for safety, even though... Yeah, no matter what, I think the North was just going to be going at some point anyway. So it makes sense to just keep the more safe tile there. Like, I would not have chosen to have kept it in my hand under pretty much any situation. Alright, so now that goes, since it's Genbutsu against the Riichi player. It's 100% safe there. Have that. It's gonna make Tanyao hard. But if I can build off this other 3... Drop the 3-so, since it just passed. I'm worried about these calls over here. I'd assume it's just Tanyao rather than a Honitsu. I gotta try to push. I don't want to wait for another 4-7 to come out. I have to try to make a push here. Wait, hang on, but I had... I'm playing badly right now. I'm playing badly right now. But I also don't know that I would have been willing to drop this, and I think that that would have been the way it would have gone, and can go here, but I'm not doing that. Because then that's just, like, Tenpai with nothing. I take a 2-3-4, but I don't think I do. That's half Suji against their 1, so it's a little bit safe. Just a little. Here's a 7-pin. It already passed once, so it'll pass again. 16 tiles left, but I want to try to win this hand rather than just hit Tenpai. I think I can at least hit Tenpai again. I'm a bit worried on this too. Okay, that is Tenpai. So I drop that, go for the 5-8, right? Alternatively, I could drop this since it's safer, but I think I just dropped that. It was a risky gamble. Oh, the Paimon. That's negatives. I guess we'll find out here if it ends immediately. Okay, no, it's gonna continue. Was pushing that to a good idea? Like, it was obviously very dangerous. But then it actually gave me a chance to win, whereas otherwise it would be Furry 10 on one way and Furry 10 no Yaku on another. Like, I guess I could have also tried dropping the 6, but that's not... I don't think that that was much safer than the 2, if I remember right. I'd have to look back at it. Okay. We're going Tanya mode. Only 2 rounds left, and again, there is no West extension, so I have to make this up within these 2 rounds. And I don't have a dealership to be able to rely on. How can I come back here? Especially with 2 of the Dora out, that's gonna be hard to rely on now. That way I do have this Dora I could rely on now. I think I have to try to keep this Tanya out and try to go like all triplets, maybe hope for a Sananko or a Suanko. A Suanko, I think, frankly, is like the only way that I can actually come back. 4 concealed triplets. I need to draw the 4-mon, the 7-pin, and the 7-so myself. Chitoi is also an option. Chitoi, Dora 2. I think I have to maximize the chance of Suanko. Because again, I think that is my way of coming back. So I'm leaving the spare 2 in my hand, even though this is probably just going to be 7 pairs. At best. Do I drop the 2 and avoid Ipatsu? I think I just play it slightly dangerous, drop the 1, and keep the Tanya. Keep the extra value in case this says Chitoi. Guarantee that it's at least a Hanemon, if not a Baimon with Ura. It would be a Baimon with Ura. Hang on. It would be a Baimon with Ura. Should I even be trying this? Should I be trying Suanko? I think the answer at this point is no. I'm dropping it. It's a dangerous tile, and it killed me last round, but past here. I shouldn't have been holding on to it. I should have kept that 6-so. So far, it didn't end up mattering because I didn't draw another, but West has to go. I have to draw one of these 3. Thank you for dropping the Hatsu, or I would have been very scared. I think I have to drop that. Actually, wait, why? The 2-pin was already discarded not too long ago. Whatever, I'll discard that now. Unfortunately, no 10. And again, I have to pay double the no 10 penalty. Usually it would be 1,500 I would have to pay there. Ugh. East winds do nothing for me right now. Unless, hang on. No, there's no way. I'm 7 tiles away from 13 orphans. There's zero chance of that happening. Like, the best I can hope for here that I can see, reach Pinfu Dora, hope that somebody else calls Khan and adds more Dora and Uradora to the table. I think that's the only way out of this hole. There's also a small chance of a 1-2-3 Sanshoku. It's a very low chance, I would say, because I'm not opening up my hand for 1 Han. I guess it would be 2 Han because 2 pins Dora, but I'm not opening up my hand for that. I need so much more than that to come back. Yeah, I'm gonna say fuck the Sanshoku. Three mon, huh? So I can go with the 5. I could ditch that. It's kind of unfortunate though, because my weakest group right now would be this 1 and 3 pin. But of course the 2 pin is the Dora, so I want to keep that. If I end up filling this out, then I have to find what else I want to discard. Frankly, right now, I'm gonna discard these Easts. I don't know if that's the right play. I think, frankly, maybe dropping the 5-mon might have been better. But there is also a shot that this could end up as Tanyao. Like, if I pick up a 6-mon and then build around this 3 this way, like picking up a 4-pin, then that could turn this into Tanyao. If I pick up a 4-mon, that could be Tanyao Pinfu. Hell, it could be a 3-4-5 Sanshoku. I think that's very unlikely, but I do get the 6-mon, so I can guarantee Tanyao. At this point, I'm mostly just hoping for a 4-mon, get Riichi Pinfu Tanyao. That is not that. Frankly, I don't think I Riichi this. Reach Tanyao, I need so much more than that to come back. I want at least a 2-pin. I'm not willing to put 1,000 points down on the table right now. Right now, this is more so to keep me in Tenpai. Dropping... Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? For just a second, I forgot that this group wasn't already completed. This is such a rough start to today. I frankly shouldn't have discarded that, because it was going to be very dangerous. I shouldn't say very dangerous, but, you know, the last one to be discarded was here, in my own discards. All my opponents could have still been going for that. They could have easily had a pair. With 5 ties left, I definitely turn calls back on. Just maximize. I was going to say maximize hitting Tenpai, but that would be discarding these. Unfortunately, I think that would be very dangerous, which is why I didn't. I really need you to... That's not going to put me in Tenpai. That will. Okay. I at least don't lose points. Unfortunately, we don't get another dealer repeat. I don't remember if this tournament has a Gariyame or not. I'm assuming it probably does, which would be very unfortunate for me. If there's no Agariame, what that means is that in all last, like this, the dealer would just continue staying as the dealer win after win, regardless of if they're in first or not. But with Agariame, which is the default rule, it just ends if they're in first. Honestly, I think I should have dropped my 1-so there and looked for a value. Try to have the extra Tanyao. I kind of hate that my goal this game has shifted from take first to don't come last, down all the way to just try to get a positive score. It's real rough. Why am I dropping these now if I'm keeping that 9? Why am I playing like this? I think after this match, I'm going to have to, like, take a break, walk away for a minute, try to clear my head going into the second match. Again, no matter what, I'm going to be playing all 5 games. And that would have been a triplet. It's okay, I wouldn't have had any value associated with it. I could try to get a straight. There's one 1-pin and one 4-pin out right now. 2 4-pins. I'm not calling though. Extra 3-pin. Oh, I just go Riichi Pinfu. I might just go Riichi Pinfu. If I pick up an extra pair in here, I might still try to force the straight, but unfortunately we only have 17 tiles left, so that's going to be really, really difficult. Especially with 2 of the 4s out, 3 of the 4s out, because one's been called on. Okay. I can hit Tenpai. I might not be able to win the hand, but I can hit Tenpai. Seven tiles left. Frankly, I just call it. I think at this point, I just kind of gotta hope that I get Hotei or Haitei. Just happen to draw a 3-so. Could do that as well. I'm not taking it though. Okay. Didn't get it. Just drop that. It's gonna be safer. And yes, absolutely declare Tenpai. Okay, well, I'm above 0. I still go minus 52.6, which is a ton. I think that alone is going to keep me from being able to play in the final table. But that's okay. I wasn't going into this expecting to be in the final table. I just want to play my best. So I'm gonna walk away for just a minute. Actually, probably just a good few minutes. Try to clear my head and come back for round 2 in presumably 20 minutes. Alright, and I'm back. Next match should start in about 10 minutes. I'll be getting a ping whenever all matches this round have finished. In the meantime, let's go back and watch that last match. I heard back from 3 of my friends about how they were doing in this, and first, now where the fuck was my game? I'm trying to remember who was in there at the time. Ugh. Where am I? Where am I? What? What? Oh, because that's watch, not log. I see. Well, that's why. Come on, where am I? Wouldn't have been that high up. Probably a little bit lower. Can go lower than that. Where am I? Where's Nyx on here? What? What? I don't see my match anywhere. Dang. Because my whole plan was to take a look at what went wrong. Can I... Nope, can't just look at it that way. Mine's 52.6. That's miserable to start. This has to be in here somewhere, though. Yeah, what I was gonna say was I heard from a few friends about how their games went. It sounds like one won hers, and then at least one other failed like me, came completely in last. The other, it sounded like maybe she came in last. I'm not sure. I'm dying. Where am I? Where am I on this? What? What do you mean my match isn't here? Am I just missing it? Let's go a little bit slower. Yeah, no, it's just not on here. What? What? Okay, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do for the next 5 minutes then. How am I not on there? Yeah, no. I'm gonna do something. Leave it, enter back again, check one more time. But now it's not gonna show up. Huh. That's so weird to me. Whatever. I wonder how some of my friends are doing. Let's see Nano here. Ooh, it's looking rough for Nano. Not as bad as Sequolf's doing. I've seen Sequolf a lot in some of these tournaments. I know nothing about the guy, but... familiar name. actually one of the teams that knocked me and Nano out of the sake tournament in round 1 a few months back. I'm just kind of checking to see who else is playing as well. More just kind of want to get an idea of how my friends were doing rather than trying to pay attention to the whole game. Checking on Beanie. He was another one that was in the sake tournament with me. Again, he's kind of struggling too. Neither one of them is in last, at least, but like both in third. Both really close to last. I like Beanie's hand here, though. I'll finish watching this hand at least. I know Beanie's had, he's been way too busy for Mahjong lately. He had just recently gotten married and moved as well. So I know he was a little bit, maybe worried isn't quite the right word. Maybe he wasn't like worried about how he was going to be doing, but he was saying that like he might not be doing as well. So we'll see how that goes. Can't really upgrade this 6-8 shape because all those 5s are out, but he's probably just trying to play defensively there. Unfortunately, he didn't get that hand together, which is unfortunate because it looked really nice. Back out for another sec. Who else's games are still going? Any other names here I recognize? I played Wolfborg last night, but not quite a friend. Oh, hang on, Zoe. Oh, match already ended, so I can't see it. Let's take a look in just a second at that. Just see if there's anyone else here who I know. Oh no, Nano! Oh, Beanie at least managed to defend third. Where's Zoe? Okay, Zoe managed second. See if I can find either my game, which I won't actually be able to look at now, or some of my other friend games, but it seems like this is as far back as it's actually going to let me go, so can't actually see. All right. I'm gonna step away for just another minute. These games that are currently ongoing are probably just about to end. Actually, I guess I can at least watch a game that's currently going. Let's see. We already know how this one ends, but let's at least watch. I'm gonna step away for just a minute, have some sour candy, try to revive my spirits, and come back for the next round.
リーチ一発ツモピンフドラ1赤ドラ1ハネマン
Okay, and we're back. So let's take a look at the game results. Looking in the Discord server to see how some of my other friends did. Unfortunately, I can't check the log that way. So let's see. Being in third, knew that. Nano, fourth, knew that. Very unfortunate for Nano. Who else do I know here? I think everyone else seemed to have finished their games pretty early. Doe came first. The friend that I knew that came first, so I'm very glad for her. Very glad for them. Oh. Ivaki down in last. Oh, I didn't realize Mandy was in this tournament too. Okay, second place for her. Who else do I recognize on this list? Moki down in last. I knew that one, unfortunately. Yep, there's my game. Minus 52.6. Nanako finished just before me, also in last, yeah. I knew she seemed a little frustrated about how her game went. Maybe frustrated is not the right word, but she was definitely talking about the game being about one player specifically running the table, rather than talking about her own hands, which gave me the impression that either third or fourth, probably. And yeah, unfortunately fourth. Who else? Anyone? Okay, no, that's it. Should get an announcement here any minute for new games starting. We have 2 games still, well, maybe 2 games. Let's take a look here. Looks like this one ended, but the top one still seems to be going on, I think. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take a look here. South 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at the dealer. 1 Pandora, dropping 2 of those in a row, that's a little unfortunate. But also, OBA doesn't need the value so much, because they are in first. It would still be very nice, because this tournament is going to be focused on whoever gets the best total scores over the 5 games. And adding that value would improve your score, but the biggest thing is just like making sure that you're in first. Oh, really? Dropping to 3? I thought that would have been really nice for Pinfu. Drop this South and White Dragon. You're not really going to be using those unless you're just like holding onto them to avoid dropping them into opponents' hands. But no, now it looks like you're just going for White Dragon only. Probably gonna be calling that, drop this, go for the 4 and 7 in here. Alternatively, of course, you could just draw the 4 and 7 and call Riichi. Yep, just like that. Okay. No Riichi, though. Makes sense. They don't want to lose any value by discarding the Riichi stick. And also, hang on. Looks like we have 3,500 in the pot, because remember, big Homba for this tournament. So the 1 Homba stick, instead of being worth 300, it's worth 1,500. 3,500 in the pot here. They don't want to risk calling Riichi and then letting somebody else not only win, but take that Homba as well, and these point sticks that are already on the table. So instead choosing to just go Damata and going for that. I also haven't really taken a look at these opponents' hands. Let's take a look first at Erasu, because they're the ones who are actually going to be threatening first. Oh, hang on. Announcement came up, so let me make sure. Okay, I'm now checked in, and I will have to ready up in a minute. Let's at least finish watching this round first. I think I got time for that. And see what this friend is messaging me.
No. No. Riichi.
Okay, so Erasu did end up taking that. And again, with the sticks on the table, managed to take first. I don't know that I can have time to ready up right now. Or I don't know that, like, I was gonna say. I don't know that I have time to watch this when I should be readying up, but also, now that I've said that out loud, like, I definitely do. Worst case scenario, I end up on the list for just a second of people who are not currently readied, and then I, ready up immediately. So let's take a look here. It's a very close fight between both of these two. Kind of anyone's game. Erasu, I think, just has the better hand, can easily call tiles. I guess Ovia can as well, since they have the pair of Norths. But everything else in the hand is so much more awkward to work with. I think Erasu has this. Actually, it is funny because Arasu also has another pair of Norths that I don't think are going to be leaving their hand, so Obia is not going to be able to call as easily as they might think. Looks like they might end up going Chitoi though. Raspberry in last. You are dealer, so here you're just trying to hope for win after win after win, cause a Homba hell. And you are going to be very close to Tenpai. You drop the 6 here, yeah. Then you look for either a Pwn on one of these or anything around either of them. Gonna focus a little bit less on the game for right now, because I wanna just... I'm feeling myself like... focusing a little bit too much on it when I should instead be trying to focus my brain power on just, like, resting. Also, hi Do, hi Saki, or hi Saku. I didn't see y'all chatting earlier. But hello, hope y'all are well. Grab a few more sour candies real quick. Yeah, Raspberry just trying to keep dealership. Not going for any sort of valuable hand at all. Ah. Not able to get it though, so that's gonna be the game. Erasu takes it. Okay. I should ready up now. I'm sure there's gonna be a ping in just a second for everyone else to do so. The fact that I have 4 more matches to go through and I'm feeling sort of frazzled like I am after the first one, it's not great. But I think that if I can get one done early and then just like lie down for a couple minutes, that'll drastically improve for the game after. 2 more minutes for the check-in for round 2, so glad to know that Ember is going to be announcing that. In that case, I can... I shouldn't. I was going to take a look at some of the logs, but 2 minutes? Nah, I should just stay ready. I'm gonna walk around for just another minute. 1 second. Okay. All the pings went out for people who aren't ready. So I am back in my chair. Honestly, just walking around for that second helped a lot. Oh, you're up against Beanie? Good luck, Doe. Let's see. Who's gonna be in my game? Let's check that. 'Cause I didn't check that last time. Oh, there I am. Nyx, Kurbon, Zeke S, and Katika. Don't know any of them. I think I've seen Zeke S around, I think. But I'm not sure. Let's see if I can see other names I know. Yep, there's Beanie and Doe. Who else? Guess all my other friends are like near the top of this list. I'm scrolling down from the bottom. There's Refuerza. That's at least a name I recognize because it's fun to say. Seen them around in some other tournaments. There's Sequolf again. Recognize him from a tournament. Moogle going against Jonbo. I barely know Moogle, and I know of Jonbo. Where the fuck are all my friends here? Oh, there's... Oh! Ivaki and Nautico Medusa. Oh, okay, my game's starting. Focus on that. Discard that. 3-pin is Dora. So I'm gonna be wanting to keep this 5 for... especially now. No reason that that's gonna be discarded now. I'll keep that just in case I can get like a 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. Drop the south here. I'll keep Haku just for a second, but like... It's really just going to be just for a second. As soon as I get anything more useful, I'm just dropping it. This is probably going to be more likely to be a Pinfu hand. This 1-pin is also almost certainly going at some point. It's only staying currently because of that 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5 chance. Being able to use 2 of the 3s when it's the Dora would be very nice. I still think it's probably... Well, especially now, it's definitely gone now. Honestly, I should have probably dropped it there, kept the white for safety, because, like, there's no way that it's staying at this point. Even though I say that. Still gonna do this. This hand does look like it can easily become Pinfu. Hopefully Tanyao. I could technically call tiles, and I am dealer. Yeah, I would really like this to be a 3, 4, 5 though. Get that door in there. Having that be a 4, 5, 6 is rough. I don't want to open this up and go Tanya only. Keeping the dealer seat is important, but it's important because you want to actually be able to get big wins. If you're not getting big wins, then, like, what's the point? Especially when we're playing with big Homba, because, like, that is just risking giving others more value with that. Hmm. Drop this here, right? Yeah. Because I could still pick up a 3 around here. Or another 5, maybe get Ipeko, though I'd really much rather a 3. I guess technically, there is a small possibility of Rion Peiko. Was that 8 actually the right discard? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it was. Wonder if maybe this 4 might have been better. Okay, hang on. Drop that. This 4 is also going to be going. The 4 should have gone first, in case I could have picked up a triplet. There was no reason to have dropped the 3 over the 4. I guess there was, because like I could again pick up that 3 and then drop these, but it's just much less likely, especially with 16 tiles left. I think here I might even call and just hit Tempai if I get the chance. Not on that though. I'm slightly too prideful to accept that 9, so I'll accept that though. That's unfortunate. Their hand wasn't much better, but it does kick me out of the dealer seat. And the 4-pin was definitely going to be a dangerous tile because it was right next to the Dora, but luckily he didn't actually have any of the Dora. So 2 mana's Dora here. I'm just dropping that. Like, yeah, it's Yakuhai, but it's already 1 cut. I only have 2 of those. The rest of my hand is looking solid. I'm good to just cut Yakuhai. I think that's fine. Keeping this 1 just because it's right next to the Dora. Try to get some value there. That's interesting. Because this is right next to the door, I'm also cutting that 3 instead of this. Try to get some extra value if I can. That said, I think the next useful tile I draw, unless it's a 2 or 3 mon, this goes. Okay, well, hang on, because now I gotta think. Now it's just gonna be this, right? Yeah. That helps. This hand's not gonna be big. But what I can hope for, I guess, like, if I draw a 3-mon, then the hand could be pretty sizable. I could have Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, and a possible Ipeko. That possible twice pure double sequence, or not twice pure double, that possible pure double sequence. Okay, instead, it's likely not going to be Pinfu. Instead, I'm just going to keep these as a pair, these as a triplet, and go for sequences throughout the middle of my hand. Unfortunately, this 1 is going to be pretty dangerous. First off, it's right next to the Dora, but also, if we look at this player's discards, they haven't dropped a single mon tile. So that tells me they're very likely going for Honitsu, a half flush. So they could definitely be using this. I think it's got to go though. And keeping the 3 maximizes my chance of being able to hit Tempai by letting me get a triplet of either of these. Also lets me possibly, get a triplet of the 2-mon. Triplet of the Dora would be huge. Excuse me. You don't want that. Yeah, that's right. Keep walking, buddy. Do you have 24 tiles left? It's not a ton. It's not enough to make me look at calling tiles just yet. But now that we're in the teens, I'm turning calls back on. Yeah, I'm just calling, trying to hit Tenpai if I can. Alright, well I do hit Tenpai. Honestly, I'm gonna go for this. Really? That is not what I was expecting. Alright. Fair enough. At least the game doesn't move forward. If I can pick up an 8-so, I'll be happy, because then this could look at being Pinfu. Hatsu, the green dragon, is the Dora right now. Don't have any of those. Discard that. It's not really going to be doing anything for me. In all likelihood. There's now a chance of making this Tanyao. I could drop these 1s and this 9. Tanyao Pinfu is also possible. In fact, now that I have that, I honestly think that I might want to go for it. This could be a 2-3-4 Sanshoku as well. I think that's a little bit unlikely if I don't call, which I would rather not call, because then that's only 2 Han. Huh. I'm still dropping these ones. I think these ones are still better to drop than that. And I think that dropping any of those ones is going to be better than dropping most of anything else in my hand right now. Can't call. Not at this point. Let's drop south. Because this could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is a chance that I just go for, like, Pinfu. But really, then I'd have too many groups and I have to drop something anyway. Alright, let's cut this. Question is this Tanyao? Or do I worry about that? I think if I worry too much about value, that I'm just losing my chances at actually finishing the hand. I think if I draw a 3 or 6-so, this 2 and 7 are just going. But if I draw a 3-pin or a 6-pin, then this 1 and 2 are going. And if I draw a 2 or 5 mon, then I'll have to think. Okay, I drew that. I no longer have to think. We're just going Pinfu. If we get lucky, we can pick up a 4-so, swap out this one, have Tanya that way. But I'm not worried so much about forcing Tanya. There's also the chance here still of a 3-4-5 Sanshoku. I think right now the 2-pin is going to be more dangerous than the 8-mon, so I want to discard the 2-pin first. Wait, hang on, that was Dora. That would have been nice for me. Okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We do have the 4 there. So we can definitely swap out this 1. I don't think anyone's going to be going for it. Yeah, okay. Definitely not. So, discard that. Unfortunately, the 7 mana is going to be very dangerous to drop against them. $13 tiles left. I can call tiles, but it's scary if I do. So I'm not going to do that right now. I'm not going to risk dropping this right this second. My best information on the 7 being safe is that when Zeke dropped theirs, that Kataga didn't take it, which doesn't really say much at all. Like at all. I'm doing it. Okay, it passed. I don't think I should have done it, to be clear. That was just greed trying to go for this. I'm glad that I did though, because otherwise I would have been dropping the 2 or the 5, so and dealt right into that. That's another hand that I thought for sure was gonna be going for a Mon tile, considering all the pin and sew in the discards. That said, they did discard the 1, so as their and when they called Riichi, so that was information that so tiles vaguely close to that could be dangerous. That's interesting. 9 Sodora. What I'm saying is interesting is that this hand could be a Chanta. It still can be. 2 Norths are out, so I'm dropping that. Chanta is very bad though. If you have to open your hand for it, which most likely you will, it only gives you 1 Han. Even if you add like Yakuhai with it, it's just usually not worth it. Disable calls for right now. Drop another 9 mon. Not a single simple tile has been discarded yet. There, we finally have one. What do we discard here? They're all kind of bad, actually. I'm gonna drop this. Was that the right play, or should I drop this 1? I think dropping the 1 might have been better. Well, no, because there is the 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku chance. That's Dora. Hang on. Drop that Tiamon because it shares a 3 with this 4-5 and just gives it a very awkward shape. If I can manage to swap out my pair to be these 9s, I'd be pretty happy. In fact, I'm willing, I think, to drop these 1s. These 2s might not end up saying my pair. I can easily find tiles around here. You know, anything 1 through 7 helps this shape. In fact, because I also have the 9, anything at all helps that shape in the So tiles. They probably don't need that. They would have to have a Tonki weight if that was the case. So, it seemed very safe to just drop that 1 mon. Very low chance of dealing in. Okay, now I think my best information is dropping this. What's going to be scary is dropping the 7-pin with it, which is why I was thinking that maybe I could have also dropped these. Maybe. I'm dropping the 7-pin. I already gambled on that choice, so I'm doing it now, even though I think that the 1-3 probably would have been better now that I'm like looking back at that decision. The 3 would have passed, so this would have been safe as well. West has been discarded somewhat recently, so it'd be surprising if they went for that. There's a chance of a straight in here. It's not very good. Oh, well, never mind. It's now a very good shot. I I could technically call for it as well. It would be a 2-Han hand. It's not very valuable versus being 4 if I call Riichi, because then it's reach the pure straight, which then becomes 2 instead of 1 because it would be closed, and also the red 5 as well for 4-Han. But with 13 tiles left, I can't really be picky. Honestly, I just don't see you going for this. It's double Suji. It's a middle tile. Like, you could have had a Shanpon weight on it. It would have surprised me a bit. Similarly, I really don't think that the player to my right is going for the 9-mon, and I know that the player to my left isn't. Okay. That's unfortunate. That hand I felt better about. That hand I felt like I did pretty okay on. Even if I didn't manage to get it, I felt pretty decent about how I handled it. Okay, Shundora. I don't have one. And I would like to get one. There's a small chance of a 789 Sanchoku. It would probably have to be an open hand if I get that. Which open Sanshoku, I love it, but just like Chanta, it's bad. Yeah, I'm dropping that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I couldn't have made use of it anyway then. Yeah, we'll just kill the Sanshoku chance, not even think about it. Open Sanshoku is similarly bad to open Chanta for the same reason. Actually, it turns out I could have maybe have gone for it. But that said, I do think that open Sanshoku is very funny, and I enjoy it. This is a tournament, though, so I would rather not do that. Wait, that was Dora! Why? Why me? Why? Why? You should have kept that. Nobody called it, at least. That was a bad play on my part. I don't like having the double pairs here. And really, because I already had this 4, I shouldn't have kept the 1. Yeah, there was no reason, there was no real reason for that. Like, I was thinking maybe about the chance of a pure straight in here. But I think that chance is still a little too far away to be thinking about, and the 1 pin should have just gone. There was no real reason to keep it. I would have had too many groups. There's a chance that this becomes Tanya. Oh, nope. Nope, there goes that. That's okay. I could not have won that hand in that time anyway. I made a couple bad decisions there, but it was fine. Forso. I'm not calling on that just yet. It's a small chance at 13 orphans. So I don't see myself actually sticking with this in the long run, but I am cutting the 2 pin to start with, just in case. I think this is more likely to be a Chanta hand with non-triplet. Yeah. Forso is the door, so maybe I should have kept that 2 instead of this 5. Let's see, 1 east, 1 red is out. 2 east are out, so I'm gonna go ahead and discard that. Because this could also be, it probably wouldn't be all triplets, but it technically could be, or 7 pairs. Okay, hang on. Is this stupid? I think so. However, we're doing it anyway. This hand could be a half flush. It could be all triplets, half flush, 2 Yakuhai. Now, unfortunately, that Riichi is going to make that harder because it's going to be less likely that I can get both the 8 and 9 to pass. So I might choose to keep those. I think I'm happy dropping the 8-0 here. I don't see them really going for it. It would have surprised me with that early 6-0 discard. The 9 passed. I'm doing at least that much. I think the 8 pin's got to be going too. It'd surprise me if they're waiting on 3. I'll take it. And yeah, this is going. Jun and Hatsu are also going to be going. In almost all likelihood. I guess really it's just all likelihood. Obviously, if I get a pair, though, that might change. And then there is a chance that I could drop these, but they are... The 7-1 especially is dangerous. The 2-pin is a little dangerous. I'm doing it. Considering that Riichi was turn 5, I felt okay about dropping tiles near it. If it were on the second row, then I'd feel less safe. And that 4-so is double Suchi. Still not seeing a second Hatsu or Chun out. Okay, that one's more dangerous. Now we drop Hatsu. Really? You? Even though you discarded the Chun earlier? Wild. I'm not calling that. 10 tiles left. I mostly just want to hit Tenpai, but also I'd really hope that somebody drops a 4-pin or at least a 7-pin. I could have been Parrot, but that's okay. I don't want to drop this 4. Yeah, especially with so many Riichis on the table. Or not Riichis. With 1 Riichi and 2 people pushing, I don't want to deal into that. The 4-pin is extremely dangerous. I'm not dropping it. I'm just going no 10. I'll deal with the extra no 10 payment. It's frustrating, but it's okay. And I'm not the only one not in Tenpai at least, so... It's rough, but I'm glad to not deal in. I should have also been paying attention to what they were actually going for. I know the player across wasn't going for the 4-pin, but I don't know if the Shimocha was going for it. Drop west. I kind of don't want a 4-wind abortion here. Okay, thank you. This is my chance to come back. This could easily be Reach Pinfu. There's a Sansoku chance. I will need a pair somewhere. These 7s could be it. I would really like it to be these 2s. And really, I have too many groups anyway, so I think the 6-pin is just gonzo. It's just done. Well, hang on. I wanted to drop that 3 because the 3 and 4 were sharing a 5 with this 6 and 7. It just becomes an awkward shape. It's nice if you can get that 5 because then it becomes a 3-sided weight, but if you can't, it's very hard to deal with. And here I don't really have much safety in the first place. I'm just discarding. I have practically no information for any of the tiles in my hand, which makes all of them about equally dangerous. Not exactly equally dangerous, but about. The one so I at least had information that they didn't want it from the Toyman. I think because of the Riichi on the table, I'm happy with just calling Chi here if I can and opening this hand up, making go as fast as possible. Yeah. I can hope for Sanshoku. But if I don't get it, I don't get it. I'm happy to just take Tanyao. I would really like an extra 2-pin and be able to drop these 4s. But I'm not going to get it. That's okay. This goes, does a pass. Let's go. Okay. This is going to be a very small hand. 1,500 points. Plus what's on the table, though. I do get that. So let's see. That is going to be 5,000 points on the table. So 6,500 as opposed to 1,500. Big difference. I'm good with just Tanyao. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Tanyao no mi, baby. That's all you need sometimes. Thank you for the Homba payments. 6 Mandora. I do have one. The rest of my hand is a little bit awkward. I will start by dropping Yakuhai. I could have maybe built something off them, but I have so many groups right now. Is this Sanshoku? I think I might just go Sanshoku no mi and be fine with another small hand. I think I'm okay with that. Because again, that's 4,500 on the table. It's unfortunate picking that red up right there, but that's okay. Like, I really want more value at some point. And if I can call Riichi with this hand, I would be thrilled, but I don't think that's going to be able to happen. We'll also see if I even get to keep this Dora. Chances are, frankly, no. I guess it's not too bad of a chance. It's definitely the... that's going to hurt my chances a little. That's going to hurt my chances. That's okay, though. If I pick something up around this, I drop these 8s. So you're calling. You just want a fast hand as well. I know the 5-so is valuable. I don't need it. I'd either have to cut too much efficiency or cut other value in this 6-mon. Okay. I'm cutting these. Because this gives me a 6-7-9 weight. And I do end up picking that up. The 6-mon is going to be going. That's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate you discard the 5 as well. Because that means you could be waiting for something right next to it. Which, you know, would be the Dora. Ugh. That's terrifying. God damn it. You let the 2 pass a couple turns back, so I was just thinking that, like, it likely wasn't gonna deal in. I think the 5 made sense there, but God, it bit me in the ass. That was my last dealership. I'm not out of this yet. I will say that, like, even though I'm still in 4th this game, I'm feeling a lot much better about how I'm playing this game versus how I was playing the last one. I'm still making some mistakes, but, like, It's fine. I'm playing fine. I will tell you, I am absolutely going to have to run to the bathroom as soon as this match is over. Drop my Yakuhai. Wonder if maybe I should drop my 9-pin instead, but over a single Yakuhai, I don't know about that. Also disable calls, because I have no reason to have those on. It technically cuts efficiency to drop this, but I'm willing to do it. Because, like, I could have had a 7-8-9 and a 4-5-6. But I'd much rather... Maybe I shouldn't say it cuts efficiency, because I'm not actually sure on that. But it... Okay, hang on. Actually, that's too many groups. And I feel like my hand as undeveloped as it is, I'd rather drop this 1 and 2 over this 5. But that's kind of the thing, is I would have too many groups, so dropping the 9 was okay. The 3-so is also kind of excess right now. Okay, hang on. I just cut that, yeah. I was thinking for a second about, like, if I could turn this into Tanyao. And, like, technically, yeah. Technically, that's possible. I think it's much more likely for me to just try to get Pinfu in this. If I can get Pinfu Dora, I'd be happy. Obviously didn't work out that way, but I'm okay with it. And the good news is, because of the dealer repeat, there is going to be more value on the table that I can steal. I kind of want them to win again if this hand can't be too valuable, which I don't know how valuable I can make this. I'm seeing 2 Han easily, right? Because we got the Red Dragon, we got Adora. Yeah, drop another Yakuhai. I think I'm not going to call in the first Red Dragon that comes out, though. I'd like to keep this hand closed if possible. The Red Dragons might end up as a pair. The question is, do I want to drop this 9 and view this as a 3-5-7, or do I want to cut this and have that 5-7-9 where the 5 could get cut? Since the 5 is Dora, I would love to keep it. I think the 9-pin is probably a better discard than either. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I think that pretty much answers my question for me. Okay, hang on. Do I want to try to go for Pinfu? I think this is a bad play, but I don't really know what else to do. Like, I could cut the 9 and try to force myself to use the 6. Try to make sure that I can use this 5 Mondora. Maybe that would have been a better play. I did end up picking up a pair in here. Again, a 6 Mon would be huge. It would let me keep the Dora, but if I don't end up picking it up, then I can still... Well, hang on, because I also have that as well. That lets me be able to keep the Dora. I could drop this instead. So I'm really hoping for a 1-pin, 4-pin, 5-pin, 8-pin. Any of those put me into Tenpai with Pinfu. So, Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, nice 3-Han hand.
Riichi.
And there's 2,500 points on the table as well. With 1 Riichi stick and 1 big Homba. Oh, but they get the Riichi Ipatutsumo! That's painful. I'm okay with not winning that hand. What I'm not okay with is them winning it. I really would have liked the dealer to have won it again and just added more Honba to the table. Unfortunately, it did not work out this way. That's what we're looking at here. West is Dora. I don't have one. It's not a very valuable hand. What would be very funny, there is one Yaku that I can see that, like, can possibly get added to this hand, and it requires exactly that. It's very, very, very rare, especially in 4-player. I don't know if... I think I've had it, like, once, maybe twice in 4-player Mahjong before. Triple triplets. Sanshoku Doko. The hand's not worth much at all. But if I can get it, I would find that very funny. And frankly, let's be real, sometimes that's what it's all about. Play another risky tile. I honestly probably should have just dropped this 8-pin. Guaranteed safe. I'll do it here. Drop half Suchi, which now would be double Suchi, now that they've dropped the 1-pin. I'd really love to see 9-so. It's not valuable. At best, I can hope to make this all triplets, as well as triple triplets. The Sanshoku Doko, 9 or the triplet of 9s in all 3 suits. That is Tenpai, and I will gladly take it. Oh, my Doko! You killed my Doko! How could you do such a thing? Fuck you. No, 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 no. The funny hand. Okay. For Pandora. What sort of value can I get here? How can I get third, even? Like, I'd need almost a direct Mongon off them. Alternatively, I just get a Hanemon. So I get Riichi, Pinfu, Dora. If I can get Itsu as well. Going for efficiency here. Last hand, by the way. Do I think I played that hand well? Questionable. It was a hard hand to work with in the first place. I think I might have actually played it as best as I could have. I don't actually... no. I could have made some saver discards, but that's really about it, and it's not like I dealt in. So I don't feel great about, like, how I played that one outside of just, like, you know, sometimes you gotta go for the funny. Sometimes that's worth it. If I could have gotten a Doko in a tournament, that would have been fine with me, even if I came in last, which I probably will be anyway. For everything else in this match, I again think that I've been playing, like, pretty okay. I'm gonna drop this 9. I'm going to turn this into a 3-sided sequence weight, as well as a possible straight, which I would really, really want. Just drop that. I'm keeping the 2 just in case I find a 4 around it. If I get a 4 around it, then I think I drop these 6s. Okay. I do get the 4. Even more valuable would be if I pick up a second 4-pin and then can manage to get Pinfu 3 Dora. I'm not going to keep that 5. The tiles that help me with this sequence shape are a 1, a 4, and a 7. So that's what I'm hoping for, but especially the 1-so. And they Tsumo, and I think that ends the game unless there's no Agariyame on. I guess we'll find out here in a sec. I'm pretty sure there's no Agariyame. Or I'm pretty sure there is Agariyame. No, there's no Agariyame. Right, never mind. We found that out last time, I think. Oh no, that was busting that we found out. Okay. So there is no Agariyame. So this is going to keep going. 1 pin is Dora. There's a chance to add Tanya to this hand and I could drop these 9s. Wouldn't really be too valuable. I'm going to drop one of these. I'm going to drop one of those because I am seeing the possibility of a straight in here. I just need a 2 and a 7. I could get Riichi, Itsu, hopefully Pinfu. I think that would be hard, but I could. That would be 4 Han. If I could hit it direct off of the Toymen. And that would get me out of last. In fact, actually, hang on. If I also got it off of, I'll bump me up to 22,300, which would actually be 23,800. Yeah, okay. So yeah, if I won off the Shimocha as well with Amongan, if I went off of either of these players with Amongan, then I can take 3rd. So I'm really looking for that straight if I can get it. Even without Pinfu, which I don't think at this point that it really can be Pinfu. Even without Pinfu, I could try to hit 1 Uradora. Or I could, you know, with Riichi. Riichi Itsu, 1 Uradora directly off them. That would do it. Don't think you're going for the 7. Okay, that's game. 2 4th places in a row. Not a great start to the day. Definitely not making the final table today, but I think that's okay. I'm pretty okay with how I played that one. I think I'm okay with that. You can't win them all. I think I played mostly fine. There were a couple hiccups, but I think I made a respectable attempt there. I'm gonna go take a look real quickly, see how my friends are doing. Actually, let's take a look at the logs real quick. Well, I wouldn't know what's from this round and what's from the last round. So we see Zoe here. I know you. We see there was that game with Jumbo and Moogle. I only slightly know one of them, really. And by slightly know, I mean I've played a couple games with one. Yeah, there was Nano here with Arios, who I know of. Not many others going on right this second that I know, so let's take a look and see how Zoe's doing. Show hands, and then I'm also gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. Oh, I was not paying attention to the scores when I saw this. I think Zoe has this game easily. Hell yeah. Homba Hell as well? You know what? You know what? That's how I can come back. I just gotta make a good Homba Hell. With so many Homba on the table, knock all my opponents into the negatives, keep the game going. That's how you do it. Zoe's got the right idea. New strategy discovered. Just fucking win constantly. Also, this hand to the left is kind of incredible. I do think that we know exactly how this game is going to end up, though, considering the current scores. Like, it could technically change, but I think we know enough about that one. I want to take one quick look at Nano. Ooh, all last. Ooh, another 4th place for Nano right now. Trying to force 13 Orphans. This is a pretty... It's a fine start for 13 Orphans. This is like when I first start really considering going for it, is with only 4 non-terminals and honors and having a pair already. It's either like this or 5 without a pair. They're really just equal. Any more than I actually kind of consider going for it. This is more just like where I start looking at it as a last-ditch effort, which I can absolutely see why Nano's trying to do it right now. I'll watch the end of this round, and then I think I'm gonna go check and see how my friends are doing, and then lie down until the next match. Actually, hang on, because let's see. 2 to 3. These matches are actually... Yeah, shit, I'm not gonna have... I'm gonna leave this running. But I think the next matches are about to roll out here soon. So... I want to lay down, actually, I think. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna mute for a few minutes while I just try to relax, get myself ready for the next set of games. I think we actually probably have a few minutes, but that's a few minutes I could be lying down. Oh, I am done lying down. Relaxation complete. I see Ember's typing now, so I'm assuming that all matches are probably over or just about over. Let me see how some of my friends did. So Zoe, again, went exactly how we expected. 106,000. Incredible fucking job there. Hang on, let's see. One game left, so starting the check-in for round 3. Won't close until 5 minutes after the game finishes. Understood. Who else? Nano down in last. Unfortunate, but understandable. Not like I've done better. Let me check in for the next match. Oh. And I think everyone else's games finished too early to show up here. It's kind of surprising because, like, I know for the Whale Cup, whenever I was looking at the logs there, oh, yeah, no, there we go. Okay, I see. I just had to push down harder because I was pressing down because I was like, I remember being able to like make it go down further. I thought that would just load it in automatically, and so maybe I wasn't trying to push the sliding bar down that far. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Doe third, Beanie 1 fourth. That's unfortunate. Mandy third here. Moki in third. Moki's doing better than me right now. Chiaki, you're doing pretty well, it looks like. I don't know what your first game was like. I vaguely know Chiaki, and by vaguely know, I mean, I follow her on Blue Sky. Barely had an actual conversation. Who else? Who else? Seawolf took first there. Vaki in fourth. Yakumon in this game, but this was the last one. I do want to take a look at that Yakumon real quick. What happened here? $51,000. Oh, okay, so that's how Zequolf ended up in the negatives. That makes sense. What was it? Okay, it was 13 orphans. So this was probably the hand that a friend was talking to me about. I didn't realize that this was a different friend's game. Oof, oof, oof. Somebody just drops west. Yep, Seawolf does right there. Makes sense. Definitely missed some of my other friends' games here, but I can scroll up in the announcements and see. Here we go. Game results, not announcements. Because I know Nautico came third place in her game. What else is there? Oh, one new message, so I guess that's the last game. Maybe? Yeah, there's Doe and Beanie again. There's Mandy. I think all these I've seen. Alright, there's Grease. There's Magikarp in last. Unfortunate. Someone that I do not like winning his game. Unfortunate. You hate to see it. That's okay. He can win at Mahjong and just, like, be bad in life. That's fine. What else? Alright, Nautico and Ivake had the same match, so third and fourth. Ugh, that's unfortunate. I think that was the last one I was really looking for. Take a look at announcements. There was a new one. Check-ins will close in 1 minute, so I should go ahead and ready up. Let's get a little bit more sour candy. Roommate got me a big bag of Warheads yesterday, so I am enjoying that. Okay. New matches are listed. So where am I? I see Doe. I see Beanie. I see Moki. There I am. Again, against no one that I know. Caradino, Mimindo, and Raffarcello. Alright, Cardigans is here too. That's another person I know that I could have been looking at. Wonder how she's doing. Let's see. Ivaki, another match where I don't know anyone. There's Nautico. Are any of my friends playing each other? It looks like no. I haven't seen Nano yet. Where is Nano on this list? I must have missed him. But yeah, it looks like none of my friends are playing each other. Oh. Unless he didn't ready up, or unless he didn't check in. He might not have checked in for the third match. Dang. Oh no. It says please ready up. He has to be here somewhere. So yeah, I would have just missed him. Chances are not against anyone I know or I would have seen him in those games. Okay. Games for round 3 are starting. Take one more good swig of my water. And get ready to start. Actually, I should also move this announcement page over here so I can actually see it. Again, I should mention that this is a charity tournament. All proceeds that you can donate to from this QR code down here will be going to the Trevor Project. So want to make sure to mention that again, because I just noticed on the overlay it doesn't actually say where those donations are going to. It just says donate. So probably good to say something. Yep. I was about to just like take a look at who I'm playing against as if I didn't already do that. Hang on. Okay, hang on. This hand could be interesting. There's a chance of making it half flush. So I kind of want to start by dropping the Tumon. No. Sorry, that's bad. That's bad. I don't need to. I don't need that value right now. Don't worry about pushing hands like that immediately. Discard the 9-pin. Chitoy is more likely. Toy Toy is possible, but I'm not a big Toy Toy fan. Okay, hang on. Yeah, we're Ishanten with Chitoy. I'm happy to disable calls and just keep this a closed hand. Drop Hatsu, 2 of those are out. Another 4-pin. Let's start here. No, I think that was bad, because, like, if this was Chitoy, then I could have picked up another red 5. It would have been better to drop 3. There is no real reason to drop that over this. 2 Haku are out, so that should go. Alternatively, I push for Toy Toy, and I would want maybe to keep this as safety in that case. 1 north is out, so I can still call on a second one. No easts are out. Somebody could have a pair of those, which would be unfortunate. But it could happen. I will say, if I draw a 5-mon, because that's Dora, I happily discard this 4 and force Chitoy rather than Toy Toy. Again, I don't think that Chitoy's too likely at this point. Unless I want to discard my safety. How do I feel about these? I think at this point, honestly, I might prefer Toy Toy. That's unfortunate because that 7 is going to be kind of dangerous against you. I'd like to keep the more safe tile for later. Call that. Discard this. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, but I'm doing it. It passed. So right now we have 3 Han or 4 Han if I get this. But 8-so, it's at least safe against one of them. I'm willing to drop it. West should pass unless this player has a Tonki wait. I think I am playing this hand a little too a little too forcefully. I can back off a little bit here. It worked out, but I don't feel good about how I played that one. I was a little too aggro. That said, these aren't individual games. This is all part of a whole. So if I want any chance at actually making it to the final table, I need to just like win massively over and over and over and over again after my first 2 losses. Okay, I'm actually kind of glad that they're calling the draw there. I didn't really like my hand too much. 5 Pandora, I do have one. This is a good hand for Pinfu. I am pretty happy to see all this. We'll see if we can actually make this be Pinfu or not. There's 1 west out, 1 north out. Do I want to go Tanya Dora 2, or do I want to hope for Tanya Pinfu Dora 2? Do I want to call tiles? I'll turn on the ability to call and think about it. I might call for like this 2-3-4. But if I can make this a 3-4-5, that would be Sanshoku. Okay, hang on. That's very nice. Because now if I draw 3, so that's Pinfu. And I could drop either of these. This would wait on a 2 and 5. This would wait on a 3 and 6. Waiting on 2 and 5 looks like it'd be better with the 1-3 already out. Minus this one, of course. I'm not calling that. I could. But if I want to call, I would rather do it here. These groups are already efficient enough that I'm happy to keep them closed. Chances are, this is going to stay a closed hand, and then I'm going to Riichi waiting on the 3-so. I think that's the most likely way for this to play out. Doesn't help me enough. I really like that 3-4-5-7 shape because it lets you be able to use like a 6-pin and have a nice 3-sided weight, or it lets you build off the 8, or it lets you build off even the 3. It's a very solid shape, but here I don't think it's great because first off I would already drop the 8, so that would be risking for a 10. And then also I have a lot of efficiency going on here as well that I would have to dump in order to keep that. I just don't think that's worth it. Unless maybe I were to drop these instead, but yeah, I just don't, again, think that's really worth it. If I didn't already discard the 7, I absolutely would have kept that 6 and dropped these. Try to go for that better shape in here. I do get that. That is Ipeiko. If I want. Like, it really doesn't matter whether it's Ipeiko or whether I keep the Dora. So I'm just doing this because the 2 is less likely to deal in. Wait strictly on the 3-so. Unfortunately, with 15 tiles left, I don't actually expect it to come out. But Riichi Tanya Dora, I'm okay with. If it can come up. I shouldn't have reached. I should have just had Tanya Dora. Been fine with the 2 Han. Maybe? I don't know. Because, like, I don't expect anyone to deal in here. But I think it's also fine that these points are just being added to the table. Yeah, actually, I think Dama would have been better. Like, winning at all is better than, you know, winning with a... risking losing to this degree with a slightly bigger hand. Maybe it got one of these two to fold so that I wouldn't hit Tenpai. Maybe. So maybe it was worth it in that way. But I don't know about that. Drop Haku here. This hand is not very good. Hatsu is Dora, which I do not have. A lot of my groups are kind of awkward. Do I want to drop this 1 and 2 pin? Kind of want to drop this 1 and 2 pin. It's the least efficient group in my hand. I could have also just looked at dropping one of these threes and viewing this as a 1-3-5, or maybe just dropping the 1 and having this as a pair possible sequence. I think both are bad. This hand's just not great to work with. That improves it a little bit. I think my 9-sos are pretty much locked in as my pair, especially now. I'm going to need to complete 2 of these 3 bad groups. Or they can take that and take the points that I put on the table. I needed those back. I really needed a Homba Hell there. There's still South 3. I'll be dealer again. I can do that there, but no matter what, if I want to do any better in this tournament, I need to cause a strong Homba Hell. I don't think that there's... Ooh, I don't think there's any other possibility of coming back here. So maybe instead I should just be looking at these games as individually rather than as a whole series of events, because let's be frank, at this point, my chances of making it to that final table are effectively 0. I need to get like Yakuman after Yakuman after Yakuman to make up for my massive losses. So yeah, I think maybe instead of trying to just play the tournament, maybe I should just be trying to just play each of these individual matches. I probably should drop this 7 actually, because I want these as my pair. For whatever reason, I was thinking I didn't have a pair. That's fine, I can get that instead. Which means I don't mind dropping this as much. Other than the fact that 5-pin was shown to be safe, and the 5-so was not. Alternatively, I could have dropped 7-pin. But then if I did pick up another 9, which would have been very nice. If I did pick that up, then I would be finding a pair. I have to find a pair elsewhere. Which I could have done. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that 5-so should have left my hand. Oh well. Oh well. So let's see. 8-so is the Dora. Meaning that this 7-so is definitely going to be staying in my hand for a while. Drop West, because I really just don't need it. This hand could definitely become Pinfu. I mean, really, I probably just drop this at some point, but I'm going to drop the 1-so first. There is a chance that this becomes a straight, a 2, a 6, and 8. It's not great. Yeah, no, that goes. As far as the individual match is concerned, which right now, frankly, that's all I think I should be worried about. As far as the individual match is concerned, I'm doing all right here. So I think Since I don't need value, I could cut this for efficiency if I need. Okay, no. So now I cut the 2 and 4 so. Unless I can expect the 3 so to come out a little bit more likely. So I'm actually gonna cut this 7-9. A lot of so tiles are out here. This person's dropped the 6, which, you know, makes the 3 Suji to it. They're pretty likely to drop a 3 at some point. I'm okay with dropping the efficiency hit and with the... What's that? Hang on. I'm trying to remember. What even happened? Oh. Wow. Either way, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with my hand going in this direction. What I really love is an 8 so as a pair. I need a pair somewhere in one of these setups. Six, seven, eight. Okay. And if I can get the pair in this group, again, especially on the 8 so, then I can also guarantee Tanyao. And I would have a shot at a 3-4-5 Sanshoku as well. If I pick up a 3 so, I think I drop this. If I pick up a 6 so, I mean, I still probably do the same, honestly. It just looks a little weird. That works as well. I'll reach that. So we have Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 2. It's a solid hand. Waiting on a 6 or 9 so.
No.
And Ippatsu as well. So that is 5 Han for a manga and 6 if I hit Ura. I hit Ura. Hanemon. 12,000. Okay, solid start this game. I say start. I didn't realize it was already South 2. Damn. I thought that was like East 3. No, drop West. Or Sodora. I can call tiles, move the game forward. Yeah. This hand's looking solid. I'm looking for a pair here, 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 or here. So that way I can call these. This won't be the biggest hand in the world. It won't be what lets me get back into the... it's not what would give me a chance back at getting into the final table. But for just the individual match, I can be happy playing this way, going for this cheap hand. Okay, there's also a 2-3-4 Sanshoku chance. Yeah, 2-3-4 Sanshoku. Do I want to reach that? I don't think I do. Because otherwise I don't think my opponents would deal it. So I'll take that. Sanshoku Nomi. Well, not Nomi. I do have a Dora. Sanshoku Dora. Northwind Dora. Would have been nice to have started with one, but again, I don't really necessarily need it. I'm gonna try something. By doing this, I can call tiles. Do I think it's good? Not sure. Unfortunately, I did pick up that one, so that's also going to be questionable. If I pick up a 3-pin, then it'll be worth it. Unfortunate that that was a triplet, because I could have been Ishanten had I kept those. I could have dropped this and these, and then been waiting for something in here or something in here. That's fine, that's fine. Because now I can get a pair anywhere in here, preferably not this one pin. In fact, actually, I should have kept that too, so and dropped this, I think. Yeah, definitely. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Or is this 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku chance again? Sanshoku, Tanyao, Dora. That's actually kind of solid. And it could be Pinfu as well if I pick up a 6 or 9 so. Because then I could just drop these. Start here in case I pick up a red 5. Because if I pick up a red 5, I just drop this. And I have Tenpai. I think I just gladly call Riichi. And accept the 9-mon. Don't call that. There we go. That's fine. That's Pinfu. 6, 7, 9. It's not necessarily Pinfu because I could win on the 7. But it is most likely Pinfu. So let's see, there's 1 9 left. There's 2 6s left because I have one in my hand. And there are 2 7s left. It's not the strongest weight, but it's definitely not bad. And I did end up getting the last 9 so myself. So Riichi, Pinfu, Tsumo, Dora. That's a 4-han hand. 5-han with Ura. That's still Mangan either way. 1,500 points added to the table via the Honba. This is a hand I could technically look at 13 Orphans with, but like, no. Because like, no, sorry. I shouldn't have even said that. It was dead. It was just not happening. There was no way. I was way too far away. But I just saw a lot of terminals for a second. I was like, you know, I guess I could, technically. It's further than I would normally accept. But where I already, like, somewhat consider even looking at that as an option is... it's already too far. So for it to be even farther than that would be terrible. Again, if I want to get back into the... if I want to continue having a chance at the final table, then I would need something like that. But I think that has... I think viewing this that way has been a hindrance for me, and I should just be taking this one match at a time. Which has been serving me much better this game. Okay. That's interesting. I think I am glad to discard that 9. I think that's fine. It would have been a 5, 7, 9 shape. But it kind of doesn't really benefit from the 5 so much. Because these would be a weird pair. Here, I'm glad to discard that. Go for this 5-8, so wait. Alternatively, I could have dropped one of these and gone strictly for a 6, which I think would have been bad. And I guess I could have also, like, waited to try to make this Pinfu. I don't need it. I'm good with just Reach Dora. It's a solid enough weight, and I could even get a second Dora. Take a few more sour candies, just sort of distract myself from the game a bit. Stop focusing for a second. I should turn on auto win though. Hmm. Okay. Those candies are a great way to take myself out of the match for a minute to just kind of relax. It's going to be hard for anyone at all to discard that 5 and 8, so especially now. Unfortunately, I deal right in, give them Ipatsu. It's a solid hand. I still am winning the game overall. But I can't let them get a Honeyman off me here. And you know what? I saw the pair of dragon. I'm pretty happy with that. I can just like end the game here. Take a first place. Not giving a shit about value here. I'm just gonna call. I say that. There is the chance of a Honitsu. I don't actually think I take it. I think I just want to try to get first. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the right play. Unfortunately, they're dealer, so like, when I said that I don't want to get hit by Honeyman, I don't want to get hit by a Mangan from them. Do I take that? I think I do. I'm gonna have to discard another group. I would like this 2 or 7 to come up. And I could discard my slightly safer West Winds. But if those come up, I'll take it. I'll discard the 2s. There we go. 3 6-pin weight. Let's just try to kill their dealership. It's a bit of a dangerous tile. But so is pretty much anything in my hand. Well, no, actually, I guess that's not true, like, at all. The 4-pin was Genbutsu, the 7-pin was at least Tsuji. But trying to fold would have let them push their hand, continue their dealership, when I just wanted to end that. So I took a first. I'm happy with that. I played that so much better since I was just like focusing on the one match. Let's take a look and see how some of these other people are doing. So we have Nano there. How's he doing? 34,000. You're doing pretty alright. East 3? You're only in East 3? Hang on. Sorry, let's view log real quick. These 2, no. Wow. Did y'all start late, I guess? I was thinking that one person would have just had, would have started a Humba Hill. How's Mandy doing here? You're doing all right. You're hanging in there. Like, you are in last, but like, you got a shot with this one. Ooh, Paradora as well. Yeah, you got a shot with that one. You're doing all right. I believe in you. I believe in you, Mandy. Who else? We got Doe. What's Doe doing here? Doe's looking pretty solid. Second place right now. Very easy hand to finish. Yeah, that's going to be a nice little... It's only a small improvement, but it is still nice to have. Still Rion Shanten. Okay, now E Shanten. Yeah, I was going to say, you probably cut that too. Try to keep the Dora. See if you can find a 7, so drop this 5. It's a very likely Pinfu anyway. You're hoping for a 1-4-7. Or alternatively, you pick up 8 so swap these out at some point, in which case you're still going to be looking for a 1-4-7. Unless you maybe decide to like discard these or something. Just to widen your weights a bit. If you were to pick that up. Take a look. Where are any of my other friends? There's Beanie. Ooh, that's real rough. Take a look at the log here. No, not, well, show hands too, I guess. That's Xanol. Let's take a look. Did Xanol have, like, a big dealer streak? He had a... It wasn't a big dealer streak, but it was a dealer streak. Actually, I guess it wasn't even that. You ended somebody else's dealer streak and then won once. Oh, didn't mean to click that. Anyone I know in this game? Oh yeah, Cardigans. Let's take a look here. 42,000, you're doing well. That's Tenpai. Tanyao, waiting on 3-6 so. Or sorry, I didn't realize you didn't discard already. Waiting strictly on 5 so, hoping to get the red 5. You can't really discard it because that deals right into rolling peanuts here. I'll watch the rest of this round and then check for other friends. I want to see how Nadeko and Moki are doing. Yeah, I think you're just holding on to that 5. I thought you had one more draw. I didn't realize that, excuse me. I had to yawn at the same time I was talking, and that made things a little bit weird. I was thinking that Cardigans had the last draw, not rolling peanuts. So I was wondering if maybe Cardigans could have, like, discarded it in the last turn. Okay. So let's take a look at Moki here. Oh, excuse me? Excuse me? Why are you bringing me back to the home screen? What? I guess that was all last. Probably. It's probably why I brought you here. Oh, that's rough, Moki. Might have... Why can I hear the game? Why can I hear the game? Because I can hear the click-clacks behind it. What? What? Hang on a second. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna log out real quick and log back in. So I'm gonna turn the game off so you don't see any personal information. Let's log out. And log back in. Okay. That was real weird. And then I'm just looking for Nadeko, whose game might have already finished. There's also... No, because there's also Zoe and Magikarp as well. I kind of want to see how they're doing. Alright, there's Zoe. Pretty solid. South 2, it's real close up at the top. Oh, no, there we go. Seemed like it wasn't going to let me back out for a second. Again, I'm mostly just taking a look and seeing how my friends are doing rather than watching the full matches right now. There's Magikarp. You're doing alright. Jaheen is kind of running the table right now. But you're hanging in second pretty strongly. So lastly, I'm still looking for Nadago somewhere here. Oh, there you are. All last. Ooh, okay, hang on. You're in first now. Hell yeah. That could have been very scary. I wasn't sure if she was going to be dealing in with the 5-pin. Actually, no, I guess she did already discard the red dragon, so it's not like she would have been keeping that. Show hands. That's fine, that's a win for Nautico. Okay. So it seems like this round has actually been pretty good for most of my friends, which is good to see. A lot of firsts and seconds. Taking just a very, very brief glance to see if there was anyone else that I missed, but... Let's take a look and see how Chiaki's doing. Looks like you're doing pretty well. Taking second here. Alright. This game I remember being very early, so I'm gonna go switch to that, and then I'm gonna mute, use the bathroom, lie down again for just a little bit, and try to just focus on resting up for the next match. So I'll be back in a couple minutes.
一末の彩りを添えて差し上げましょう。あんたのもらい。
Okay, I am back. Man, they're really only in South 1, huh? 3 home on the table. That would make sense. That would be why. These games do have a 1 hour limit. That's very funny, because they can't win on that, so they don't have a Yaku. Like, they're really hoping to just have Toy Toy. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Other than that, they pretty much needed Rinshan, but they can't get Rinshan on the tile that they are calling Rinshan. You know, just looked very funny. I took a brief look at the standings. I am very low, no surprise there. First 2 games were horrible, so you know, makes sense. But I'm also seeing one of my friends, Zoe, is up at number 5 right now, which is kind of incredible. So she actually has a very good shot, I think, of getting into that final table. Of course, we still have 2 games left. And trying to see who else is on here. Let's see. I know Chiaki, she's kind of close. She's 16. This is out of about 280 people. Do is 43rd. Where's that 42nd? I can't tell because that's a little bit weird. No, okay. That's 42nd. It's because they have something else in the first line. And then a lot of other people are much, much lower. I'm back out of this game real quick. Let's take a look at the scores and see how everyone finished up. Beanie, not so great there. Cardigan's pretty solid. Yeah, I think she was in second as well back when I was like watching her game, quote unquote, live. I say quote unquote because there is the 5-minute delay there. On top of the 5-minute delay that y'all are seeing on stream. I think she was in second there, and that it was a much tighter game, so I'm glad to see that she was able to bring herself back up a little bit. If that's the case. I might be misremembering. She might have been first and dropped down a little bit, but I think she was in second already. Moki, unfortunately, taking an L. Yeah, Chiaki taking a solid first. Good for her. Oh, come on. There we go. Magikarp with a third. Could be worse. Got a Yakumon at that table. I'll take a look at what it is in just a minute. Mandy in third. Do. Ooh, that was a close one, it looks like. It was a fight for first. Unfortunately, did not manage to take it, but still, solid second. Nautico, I have heard from already that she had gotten a first, so very glad to hear that. Also, hang on. Didn't realize that I was being hanged. I should watch this. Hang on. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Let me take a look back at this server just in case they announce that games are ending. But I want to see. Actually, we still got a lot of games going on. I'm surprised we have so many. Some of these have already ended, I'm sure. Let's take a look at Zoe, because again, you were... Yeah. No, and you're running the table again. Hang on. When I looked at the scores, I think that was over 5 minutes ago at this point. So I don't think that took this game into consideration. This could put Zoe at that final table right now. I say right now, but I mean, like, you know, obviously it's not happening right this second. It could give her a shot at being in the final table. Let's refresh these scores. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like the case right now. She's ranked number 3. Up there with a name that I can't read, Spiroi, and a local hero. Should also turn on show hands. What do you do there? I think you just dropped the 8-so, right? Like, it looks safe enough. The 9-so, I think, also made... Well, actually, yeah, never mind. 9-so had already passed. I didn't think about that for whatever reason. Wait on the last 7-so. Makes sense when there's 16 tiles left. You just want to be in Tempai. And it could be easy for anyone to deal in, especially... Well, never mind. Hang on. It wouldn't be the last 7-so. There is no last 7-so. 7-so's dead. I didn't realize this one over here. Still. Staying in Tempai, not dealing in. Play. Drop the 8, or do you just fold completely? You just fold. You're outsies. That makes sense. Both the 5 and the 8 would be safe, but of course Zoe doesn't know that. So it made sense to just fold. One more round going on here. Oh yeah, no, I know you're not going to be able to hear this for like 5 minutes, but I think it's incredible that like you're up that high right now. Being top 50, very solid, highly respectable. This is looking like it's just gonna be Tanya Pinfu. Too many groups right now, so one of these would have to get cut. I'm sure the 2-so is gonna be going at some point. I'm assuming also probably the 6-7. Oh, never mind. 6-7 stays 100% now. 2-so goes, and then you discard one other group at some point. You could even drop your 8s here and then look for a pair elsewhere just to be able to keep all of your sequences without having to break any up. Really? You dropped that there? To try to get the Ipeco here, I guess, but like... I don't know, it surprises me. Maybe because there's 3 9s out, they don't want to... Yeah, you know what, that is it, because 3 9s out, they'd have to wait on the last one. It also shares a 6 with this 4-5, so that then becomes a little bit awkward. makes sense to play it the way she did. Oh, hang on, check-in is starting. Which means games are probably going to be starting here in like 5 minutes or so. I'm gonna go use the bathroom one more time just to make sure that I don't like feel like I'm gonna burst during the match like that last round. Oh. Rip to Finch. Great job keeping that one, Zoe. Alright. Watch Nano's game, and then I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'll watch to the end of this round, and then I'm going to back out to ready up. Yeah, I'm going to grab more of these warheads.
Riichi 最後の一節はどのような色を描くでしょう。電波
I'll tell you what, those warheads have been so good to have today. It's just a great way to sort of keep my mind off the game and let me relax. I'm sure I'm going to be asked to ready up in just a second. I mean, I already have, but I'm going to be asked to in just a second. Game starting in just a couple minutes. Yeah, we got 2 more left. I'm not doing so hot right now, but let's see if I can pull this back and manage to get a positive score. We have a very, very, very big Uma. So any win is going to be very helpful for dragging this back. If I can get 2 wins in a row, that's positive. I think I'm going to need at least a first and a second. Kind of. Like, technically, I could just put us in the biggest home of hell in the world and have 1 solid win. I don't think that's happening. So gonna need at least a first and a second to get out of the negatives. See if I can manage 2 firsts. Take one more handful of these warheads real quick. Okay. I'm sure. Hang on. Actually, I guess I could just check. I was going to say that I'm sure Nano's game is either finished or just about finished. Because there is that 1 hour time limit on these. And it looks like the score has not been recorded yet. So, looks like they still are in match. Makes sense because I think back when I was viewing it, they were at South 2. Drink some water. Once again, this donation link down here will go down to support the Trevor Project. Any donations there go to them. Just wanted to say that again, since that is not listed on the banner. Surely, any second now. We'll hear about the game ending and the next one starting. Oh, now the ghost hitting me up. And that is a message that I will not be reading on stream. Two more games. I'm gonna be so exhausted after this is over. I'm already kind of exhausted, but that's kind of why I've been taking these breaks and sort of just like not focusing on talking so much whenever I'm not playing. And even while I have been playing, I think focusing a little bit less on commentary and more just like train of thought. Oh, hang on. Game results just went, so Nano's game is finally over. Yo, hell yeah. Solid win for Nano. Plus 69.4. Very nice. Hell yeah. So, next matches are finally getting rolled out in just a minute. Let's see. Check-in is in 2 minutes, apparently. Let's take a look back at this game. Oh yeah, no, Nano's very solid position here. Let's see. Let's take a look at the log. How did Nano get such a big lead? 11,000 there was 9,000 earlier, 20,000 here after 9,000. That would do it. What was this hand? Okay, so you have Riichi, Ipeko, Tudora. It's 4 Han, so you must hit Ura here. Oh, god damn it, Nano. I forgot you're using this skin. The fucking foot job outfit kills me every time I see it. God damn it, Nano. Yeah, no, solid. Solid as hell. Everyone loves a dealer Hanemon. Okay, let's ready back up. Because check-in's about to start. 15 seconds. In the meantime, I'm going to walk around real quick. Just sort of relax a little bit more before the next. Okay. Matches just got announced, so let's see who I'm up against. There I am. Beanie's in my game. Let's see, there's Moki. I saw Zoe earlier. Where's everyone else? Where's everyone else? Oh, there's Ivaki. Didn't see Do or Nano. Or Nautico, I don't think. Which just means I scrolled past them, I'm sure. And there's Mandy too, who I'm missing. Okay, there's Nautico against... I just played against Kerbon, I think that was last game? Or was that the game before? I think it was last game that I played against Kerbon. So Nautico's up against them. Oh, there's Cardigans. Again, not against anyone I really know. She's playing against Raffarcello, who I just played against. Oh, there's Doe. No one I know. No one I know in there. Other than Doe. Nano might have called it. Because I'm not seeing him on here. Which is completely fair. Or alternatively, I'm just missing him. Which frankly, I think that's a little bit more likely. Any second these matches are going to start. Oh, there's Mandy Dax too. Also against nobody that I know. I don't know, Nano's... Yeah, Nano's definitely in here. I'm not seeing who he's up against, but, like, he's, again, one of the people who's not currently ready. Makes sense he's taken a while, though, because he just had that last game. I'm sure he wants to relax as long as he possibly can. I think he's had 2 very long games in a row right now. So he's barely had a chance to relax at all. Meanwhile, I've been finishing up kinda early and getting to lie down for a little bit between rounds. Oh yeah, I should also say something here. Okay. Thank you, Saku! Oh wait, no, hang on, that's an old message. Sorry, I had a different window open that was covering up the chat for a second. I just saw the last message was "You can do it," which was a while ago. So you know what? Thank you for that, Saku. Thank you for saying that, like, probably an hour ago. Probably over an hour ago, actually, but... Oh, God, this tournament's actually been going by kind of quick. That's been 3 hours so far. Actually close to 4. Games are starting, so I'll be in mine in just a second. Someone's pinging me. Who's pinging me? Nautica's pinging me again. Okay. Oh. Any second now this is gonna start. I want to see... Because which match am I in again? I know I'm against Beanie. I think that was higher on... Yeah, there it is. So Apricot Sunflower and Dima Rogak. Who is it that's not ready? They should both be ready. Because I'm not seeing them in the list unless their name is different on the scores, which could also be the case. I'm assuming we're just waiting for everyone to ready up before anyone gets in. You know what? I'm gonna walk around for another second. Just for a sec. Not long at all. Oh. Alright. And I'm back. Sure, the matches are starting any second, so didn't want to do much, but just to be able to sort of refresh my brain. Okay. Here we go. 8 Pandora. And I draw it immediately, hell yeah. This hand's looking solid. I probably should have started with the 9s though. Just a small benefit, because I like dropping... Oh, paid out actually. I like dropping non-Yakuhai, or non... Yeah. I like dropping terminals before dropping any honors, if I have like any loose ones. Because if I end up needing a save tile, I would rather use these, and terminals are just like hardly ever gonna actually work out for me. Though of course, here, you know, turns out actually to be working out pretty well. Unfortunate to draw another one of those right now, but that's okay. I'm worried about this hand to my right. Oh, that's Nano. That's Nano? Why is Nano here? It's funny because me, Nano, and Beanie were all playing in the Saki tourney together a couple months back. And now, of course, we are enemies on this battlefield. I didn't think Nano was in this game. Hang on, I'm scrolling back up. Because this is supposed to be... Yeah, this was supposed to be me, Beanie, Apricot Sunflower, and Dima Rogak. I'm sure Maple Flower is probably Apricot Sunflower. So Nano's probably subbing in, would be my guess. Okay. Doesn't matter. Gotta kill him regardless. I am worried about the Honitsu going on over here to my right. It might not be Honitsu, but I'm assuming it probably is. Dropping a white dragon. I'm assuming he's not in Tenpai yet, but he's probably just about to be. I might have to drop this 5-stone now before it gets any more dangerous. I'm gonna do it. It cuts a lot of efficiency because I could have benefited from drawing a triplet of either of these. But I think much more likely I'm going to end up waiting on this 3 or 6 for this group. So this is going to be Riichi Pinfudora. It's not a solid, or it's not like a big hand, but it is solid. Assuming, of course, that I can actually get it. I'm just going to go ahead and drop that 5. I'm not really going to be looking at dropping these 9s. I think that's a needless risk when there's a Honitsu threat. Not that I think that Nano would be waiting on these. Because all the 8s are out, so it's not like they have 7, 8, 9, right? If he was waiting on these, it would just be a Tonki wait. It would be a 9-so waiting on another 9-so. I wouldn't expect it. And obviously right now we know that this is no longer threatening Honitsu. I'll drop that because it just passed. I'm assuming that is just Toy Toy, maybe a door on top of there. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a real unfortunate draw. There's one 8-pin left somewhere. I don't think you're going for it. I don't think either of them were going for that 3. Do I feel safe discarding the Dora if I have to? Oh. I'm dealer, I'm taking it. It passes. Okay. We have Riichi Pinfudora. I should not have called Reach. Not with 4 tiles left. Yeah, no, okay. And Nano's not dealing it. I think the Reach was bad, but the discarding the Dora there was fine. Considering it let me keep my dealership, which is kind of important if I want to actually focus on the grand scheme of things in the tournament. And also, there were 3 of them out already. It would have been hard to have used the last one. Let's just discard the East. It's unfortunate because it's a double East. I think here I might just do Hakunomi. I might be okay with a 1-hon hand, pick up the points on the table. Because we are playing with big home, but again, so that is going to be 3,500 on the table right now. Even if I win with 1,500, that then becomes a 5,000 point hand. Drop the 8 so. I think what's going to be very... Well, I was going to say what would be very interesting is if I drew a 3-mon. Because then I would have to figure out whether I'm going for the white dragon as a triplet or keeping it as a pair and having a sort of fake Pinfu shape. Somebody wants that. Somebody has a pair of 7s. Which one of these two? I'm assuming it's probably... I don't know, that's tough to say. I'm just trying to go off of what I know about the guys rather than anything actually on the table. I should have looked to see if that 6 is from hand or from Zumogiri. Okay, so I draw that. That's interesting. Two-pin is almost certainly coming out. And I'm almost definitely calling on White Dragon, taking a 2-hon hand, White Dragon, red 5. But if I pick up a 1 or 4 pin as well, then obviously I can go that way. I'll drop the 7. It's a little bit more dangerous, but it cuts so much efficiency to drop these, and I do want to keep this hand going if I can. 5-mon. How do I feel about that? I think it feels alright. I think that's a chief for Nano if he were interested. I'd really love the White Dragon to come up. It's not what I need. That's a little bit dangerous. I'm still cutting it. That's Gembutsu against Beanie. And it's Suji against Nano. I am realizing that I'm pretty much only paying attention to those two, which is a problem. I should be paying attention to Maple Flower too. They're just as big a threat. In fact, maybe even more so because I don't know a thing about them. 18 tiles left. Do I just want to call to hit Tenpai if I can? Well, now at this point, no. Hang on. I think the 2 is more likely to pass, so I'll take it. I think somebody else has a pair of whites. So it's a bit weird to have to wait on this, but I just don't like the odds so much of the 3 passing. I think it could very easily be a 3-6 wait for Beanie. Okay, it wasn't a 3-6 wait, so that would have passed, and I actually would have drawn the 4. So I actually would have won, but I also win this way. And you know what? I win bigger, slightly. So I'm happy with that. And I hit her. Nice dealer Mongon. 17,500 points because of Big Homba. For Pandora. It's also at this point. It's this point that I'm thinking maybe I could just let dealership pass. Maybe. And if I want to view this as just the game, as just this match, then I think that's the right call. Or at least I don't think that's a bad call. But in the whole scheme of things, I really do. If I want to go above a negative score overall, then I would really love to just keep a dealership going. That's like the way that it happens. Trying to think about what I discard if I draw certain tiles. Like if I pick up a 7-so, I might just actually hang on that. On that I discard these. Even though I discarded the 4 earlier, I'm far enough away from Tenpai to where this is a very solid shape that you can easily build off of. Like that is technically risking Furryton, but I can prove it with a 7, I can prove it with a 6, I can improve it with a 2, I can prove it with a 5, with an 8. Anything from 1 through 9 helps this shape. A 4 would be best though. 2, 4, 6. That's great, because now I can guarantee that I can use the Dora. Drop the 1 in case I could pick up a 6 and improve this shape. If I can improve this, then I think this 3 goes, and I look for a pair in this group. I gotta sit a little bit differently. Oh. I might sound a little farther away from my mic, I'm not sure, but... Okay, yeah. Should also be looking at calling tiles. I had no real reason to keep that turned off. I should have thought about that earlier. 3 7s are out, so it's going to be hard to get that. I'll drop that 3. I would really like a 5-pin if I can. It's not necessary, though. If I build off of these, then I think I might just drop these. In fact, I wonder if maybe the 4-pin would have been a good drop there. Because it was safe against Beanie, who has opened up his hand. Okay, I absolutely take that. Yeah. So I have White Dragon, 2 Dora. Not a very big hand, but again, we have 3,000 extra in the pot right now. I don't really like the odds of that. I'm happy to wait on the last 7, and I think that'd be fine. Unfortunately, I don't get it. Maple Flower gets it. That's fine. That's fine. Seven Sodora. That's fantastic. I think this one, so... Well, hang on, because it could be 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, but then what do I discard? Maybe this 6? I mean, here... Here I discard this too. Do I really want to look at this as Sanshoku, though? It's not bad. I'll leave open the possibility, the small, tiny, minuscule possibility of a Sanshoku Juchan. Mixed triple sequence, fully outside hand. I don't think I'm going to be pushing it too hard though, especially with a Nano threatening this hand. I think that was a cheap possibility over here. Oh. 4, 5, 6. Okay. Giving up on Junchan entirely. Sanshoku? Maybe. Maybe. I'll need a pair somewhere in here, preferably on the 7-so. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to drop any more pin tiles against Nano. Or honors, for that matter. I think he's fine with going for something obvious. And I'm fine with giving up on Sanshoku. I'm Ishanten right now. If I can get 3 Mon, wait on this, that would be fantastic. Or maybe even I could drop this and wait on the 8-so. It would be less valuable, because obviously I wouldn't have the red 5. But by dropping the red 5, I could make people think like, really? You wouldn't drop that to set up a Suchi trap? When yes, in fact I would. Yeah, no, absolutely, that was gonna be... God damn it, Nano, these skins. These skins. Nano, Nano, come on, Nano. I mean, yeah, I'll take that, sure. We can have some fun with this hand. We can go, Chanta. Oh yeah, we can go Chanta. You know, I'm gonna let this sit for just a second. Make people think that I am going for Mon tiles. Because by letting that sit, I make people think like, okay, they have some Mon tiles in their hand, right? And in doing so, I make them a little bit less suspicious of a Honitsu, which I'm not going for Honitsu. But I am going for So Tiles, and that's the suit that my opponents would be thinking that I would be going for if I make any calls. So if I want them to be more likely to deal So Tiles in, I can let them think that I have other, or I can let them recognize, I should say. Let them recognize that I have other suits in my hand. I don't need the Chanta, so I'm happy to drop that east. If I get 6-0, I'm perfectly happy with that. It's the same value. Because this is open, and I already have a Yaku. Now the question is, do I think Nana's going for Honitsu or Tanyo? What do I think he's doing? I think it's Tanyo. The main reason I was saying that was because of this one in his discards. He could still be going for a Honitsu while dropping a tile in that suit, especially one as useless as a 1. It's just a little bit less likely. I'm gonna sit back up real quick. Oh, pair of 6s, that's fantastic, because they're the Dora. An extra 3,000 points on the table. I don't want Nano to get it. This can easily be Tanyao. I would need one more group, and if I build off of this 3, it could even be a Sanshoku, a 3-4-5 Sanshoku, or I could get that as well. I'll drop the 1-so, keep my Yaku high for a second. I'll just be calling as soon as I can. Hell yeah. 3-4-5 Sanshoku is still on the table if I draw a 4-pin around here, or 5-pin, but 5-pin I might just drop the 6 instead, we'll see. First I have to worry about dropping this north, but... It's a pretty nice tile. If I can manage to pick up a 6-mon, then this becomes a 3-sided weight, and I can drop probably these 6s. 7 Sodora. I'm probably... yeah, I'm not going to make use of it. No Sanchiku, go Tanyao. Calling Riichi to put pressure on the opponents. Hell yeah. So, Riichi, Sumo, Dora 3. Oh yeah, I forgot that these were Dora. So like when I was talking about dropping my pair of 6s, that would have been a bad idea. I'm very glad that I didn't do that. Not a bad start. 8s would be great. 9-pin goes. Oh, hang on, Beanie disconnect. Oh shit, hang on. I wanna unpause. I pressed pause and then he came back before it actually paused, so it fucked me up for a second. That's a nice 1, 2, 3, that's great. Let's just discard this. keep these as a pair for a second in case I pick up an 8 so. If I pick up a 6 so, then that might go. Not immediately. The 6 mon would go first. And the 9 so. Dismiss. Dismiss. Okay. Was dismissing the pause requests. Now, if I pick up something around here, then I think what I might do is discard
リーチ
a 1. Hang on. Discard West, obviously. It's Genbutsu. And now that might change what I was just saying, because now the 9 so is Genbutsu, and so I might choose to... Yeah, 9 so is definitely going here. We'll see if I pick up something around here, or something around here. Any of those bring me up to Tenpai. Now if it's around here, then or around here even, then I don't have to call Riichi. If I don't want. Okay. I choose not to call Riichi, because I would like to wait on that 2. They could call, okay, they didn't call on that 6, that's fantastic. I like waiting on this 2 secretly, because my opponents think it's Genbutsu. They think it's 100% safe. It is not 100% safe. Is that gonna deal in?
ロ
It does. They had a 1-4 wait. Okay.
私の勝ちリーチピンフドラ1
It's not big though. And it does move the game forward. I'm okay with it. Ooh, that's a rough one. Not a great hand. Since I can't call tiles, I'll go ahead and turn calls off for right now. See if I can pick up an East or a White at some point. Okay, never mind. White's out. East is... It's also 1 cut, which isn't great. This hand could be Pinfu with the right tiles. Like if I pick up a 3 so and then something around any of these, then that would be pretty nice. I could also like pick up a triplet of Norths or 6s and then just have Riichi. The 258, yeah, the 258 is great. Any tile 1 through 9 helps this shape.
勉強する時の辛さが分かってきたわ
Nah, I just don't think it helps me enough. I think that being able to use any tile 1 through 9 is more useful right now than that would be. Two suns are remaining. 2 of the 3 so.
リーチ
It's gonna be hard to get one for myself. I think when I'm this far away from Tenpai, I might just end up folding. I gotta watch Nano too, though. Alright, this can actually help me push as well.
キーするわね。
4 pin, that's fantastic. I'm gonna drop this. It's suited to the 5 that just passed. On 3 so I have pin fu set up. 9 so is Dora. 9 so and 1 so are Dora. That's not worth reaching on, I don't think. Not with 16 tiles left. I'll still want to stay Tempai, if I can. If I have reason to assume that a tile might be safe and that I can stay Tempai, then I might take that. But if a tile really feels dangerous, then I just fold. How do I feel about the 6 pin? I kind of don't like it. If a tile comes up that lets me call to hit Tempai again, then I take it. Like if Maple Flower drops a 7 pin, then I can just drop this 2 nice and safely. Doesn't help me. Doesn't help me. That helps me. That's Tempai again. Waiting strictly on the 4 so. It is double Suji, so it was technically possible to come out, but I was not likely. Oh. 1 Mandora. This hand's rough, though. This hand's real rough. Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, you know what? You know what? This hand's actually fine. I'm complaining over nothing. I think that 6 is pretty likely to go at some point, and just leave these as my pair. But we'll see. I'll keep it for a second. I could also look at Tanya. Technically, it is possible that I get a closed Tanya. Especially with 3 1-mon out. It makes the 4 much more likely for this group. That also works as well. If I can get a triplet for one of these two, I'd be very happy. Six, 7. I'm gonna do this. I don't know if that's the right play, but the timer was putting some pressure on me. I may end up discarding this 2 and 3 in favor of Tanya, just to guarantee it. Because I think waiting on the 1 and 7 that this 1-4-7 shape gives me is kind of bad when 3 of each of those are out. I'd pretty much strictly be waiting on a 4. That also works, and it would put me in Tempai. I'm gonna take it. I think that the 4 so is gonna be slightly more likely. Only slightly. I'm only saying that strictly because of that 2 so, which is not much information at all. We'll also turn on auto win as well. Now the question is, if I end up drawing the 4-mon, do I call Con on the 7? I think the smart answer, it's no. I don't. Not when 3 of my opponents that are all like... I don't need to catch up. You know, I don't need to catch up, they do. They're the ones that need the points, I don't. And with all of them having closed hands and being able to benefit from Uradora, I don't see a reason to call Con and help them out. So I think even if I draw the 4-mon, 7-mon just goes.
リーチようやく休む暇ができたわ
There we go. Small 2 on hand. Don't need much to move the game forward.
赤ドラ1
9 Pandora. I don't have one, but I can get one. Can't immediately call tile, so I'm turning that off. Alright, Nana's probably going to be speeding this hand up. By probably, I mean definitely, like obviously, like he literally just called the tile, so he's going to be doing that. But what I meant to say was that his hand is probably going to outpace mine. Yeah, he has 2 full groups, I don't. This could end up as Pinfu. I do have 2 full groups now. It's calling Con. I think he's confident, or he's just trying to get value. I'm not sure which. I like this 4, 6, 7, 8 shape because again a 5 would turn this into a nice 3-sided weight, or I could also pick up a 3, or I could even pick up a 9, which would be the worst thing to improve it, but it still improves it. Like this shape is very, very, very easy to improve. Anything 2 through 9 is great for this. This 2-mon, I'm not the one who needs the value, I think it can just go. Especially because it's safe from Nano. I think I talked myself into just dropping it right now, before it gets any more dangerous. Keeping the West for safety, because it's very unlikely that anyone can win on it. Only person who could would be Nano, and the only way he can win on it is if it's a Tonki wait. If he already has a single West and is waiting to complete a pair, I think it's unlikely. Alright. That's East Shanten. What I would love is a 4 or 7 so. And then have this nice 3-sided... Well, actually, I guess either way it works. The 3-sided weight is great because it's a 3-sided weight, of course. But waiting for the 4-7 is great because Nano hasn't dropped a pin tile. I think both of those are very strong. That said, do I even want to win this hand? I'm gonna discard my safety tile while I think about it. Because I might just fold. Winning this hand doesn't really accomplish anything for me. At best, I get Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, you know, if I hit Ura. Or I guess I could just get the 9 pin as well. Yeah, it wouldn't be valuable. I think it would make sense to just pass the dealer step on, even if I, had the chance to try to win there. So I'm kind of just glad to see that go. Keep my commanding lead before letting others, or instead of letting others have more of a chance to catch up. 3 Mondora. There is a 789 Sanshoku chance. Of course, the Ipeko. If I can pick up that 9 Mon. There is a 789 Sanshoku Ipeko Chanta chance. Which is ridiculous. It's not going to happen. I can tell you that right now. It's almost certainly not going to happen. But there is a chance. It would mean that I can't take this 2 and 3 if it's going to be Ipeko and Chanta and Sanshoku. Because I would strictly need this other 789. But I could call him 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I don't do that then. I don't do that. I drop my Yakuhai. This might be Tanya. Or not Tanya. This might be Pinfu. Probably wouldn't be, really. I think that would be kind of hard. I would need 8-pin and a pair before getting a 6 or 9 mon. Just drop that. 3 mon is Dora, so I'd rather keep it for a second. Try to get a little extra value. That's a little worrying. The 7 and 9 are probably going to be going. Chun can go first. This hand still might get completed if I can build around these. But I really don't want to discard that 3. I think I really only do that if somebody else... Ooh, okay. I would have actually discarded that 9. So I'm very glad that I drew a more useless tile. Because I thought that was very safe. So East is Dora. This hand's not bad. If I could pick up a 7 mon, I'll be real happy. Seven So's not bad to build off of either. Yeah, okay, that's fantastic. So now I don't even necessarily need the 7 mon if I build off of like this 4. Because otherwise it could be too many groups. In fact, right now I'm gonna go ahead and cut this 8-9. Because I don't like it sharing that 7 with this 5-6. And I could still build off this 2, or I could just get a triplet of one of these. And say, fuck worrying about Pinfu.
Riichi.
I'm willing to drop the 7. I don't see you going for it. It's right next to your second discard, your first simple discard, and also it's Suji to another early discard you had. Now, it does look like you might be going for Chitoi, so maybe I shouldn't have been reading it that way. Because these are very wild discards. I'm going to go ahead and discard this 1 pin, just because it's a little bit more safe. Even if it would be a little bit more efficient, maybe, to keep it. But I already have too many groups. I don't need to worry about that little extra efficiency. I'm not even sure if it would be more efficient because of what I would have to discard. Again, that's Suji to the 4 at least. That's something. But if it is Chitoi, then that doesn't matter. I honestly probably should have just discarded 4-pin. Discard West here. I'm folding. I'm out. These two can push this hand, put pressure on, and at least get him out of the dealer so you can keep the game moving. I don't have to take part in this. I also, instead of dropping these West, I definitely could have just dropped these 2s instead. It would have been Genbutsu rather than a tile that, like, very, very, very likely would have been safe, you know? It's a difference between 100% and 99%, which isn't much. 99% still almost definitely not gonna deal in, but it would have been better had I dropped the Tumon. So 6-0's Dora. I could keep it because I have the 7 next to, or I could get it because I have that 7 next to it. I'll go ahead and drop this 9. There was a 7-8-9 Sanshoku chance, technically. I don't care. I don't need it. I have Yakuhai here, and I'm taking that. So we're just speeding through this hand. We're calling as fast as we can. Maybe not Pwn on these 3s. Because I'll probably be getting sequences elsewhere. But for anything else, I'll absolutely call. Take the 7-8-9 here, leave the 6 to build off of. Drop this 2 for now and leave these as a pair. I just need to build off of one of these 3 tiles and then get an 8-pin. Okay. Drop the 6-0. I wanted to drop it early because it's Dora. I don't need that value again, my opponents do. So drop it before it gets any more dangerous. And now I am... Well, I was hoping for an 8-pin. If that works as well, that's going to be a little bit easier to build off of. Because with the 7-pin, I need strictly a 6-pin if I want to upgrade it. With this, I can get a 7-pin or 7-mon. 3-mon kind of works as well. Actually, you know what? Yeah, it's not really a big change in efficiency because 3-mon would be risking Furry 10. I'm definitely not calling con on that. I'm definitely just dropping the Genbutsu tile, the 100% safe tile. My cat is clawing at my shins right now, trying to tell me, hey, 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 feed me, even though I just fed her right after the last match. Bean, I'm sorry, you gotta wait just a little bit longer, okay? You gotta wait a little bit longer and then I can walk you out to the kitchen and show you already have food. Yeah. I do love you, cat. No, I think... No, they weren't dealer. Okay. I remembered them being dealer for whatever reason, so I was a little bit... Not upset, but I was like, you know, it could have gone better if they didn't win, but since they weren't the dealer, doesn't matter. I'm happy to move the game forward. 9-pin is the Dora. That doesn't really much matter for me, it looks like. Technically, I could have looked at like 13 orphans there, but no. Again, like that is one tile too far away from where I would normally consider it, and this is much easier as a Chitoi hand. Or Toy maybe. I kind of don't like Toy. I rather the more defensive Chitoi here. Toy would... It would expose me more into dealing in, and my opponents could feel more pressure to play offensively because of that. They could go like, oh, okay, so, you know, because Nyx here is opening their hand so much, they're not going to be able to defend, which would be correct. Now, admittedly, this might not be either Chitoy or Toy Toy. We'll see. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this hand is doing yet. Let's see, if I get a 3-pin, I guess I probably just drop this 9-so. And then I could get like a 7-so in here and have Ipeco set up. But if I get another pair, then I think I just force Chitoy. Okay, that's another pair. So, let's take a look at this. 1-9 is out. I think it's likely to come up again. 5s, I don't know that they're too likely to come up again, but I think 4 is even more likely to stay in my opponent's hands right now. So I'm gonna discard that. I'll turn off calls, force the Chitoy, and then I'll look for a pair in these 3. Yeah, discarding the 6 here if I draw something more useful. And I do think that is slightly better for this. In fact, there is a shot of Rion Peiko. Oh, hang on. Now that they've discarded a 3, that's... Oh, hang on. I'm not gonna call Riichi here. I want to see if I can get this round Peiko. And also, by not calling Riichi, my opponents are more likely to discard a 9-so. That could deal into Nano. Trusting it slightly more than the 2-mon for reasons that I can't explain. I guess it did also somewhat recently pass. Okay, I take that. I take that and end this. Okay. That's round 4. So we've had 2 4th places, 2 1st places. So far, you know what? I'm going positive, y'all. Right now, I'm going positive. That is all I was hoping for. Especially after those first 2 matches, this was like my goal. So I am already very, very happy with that. We have one more round left after this. And it's probably starting in about... Well, hang on, because when did this last match start? That was 4:48. Ooh, so okay, this might start in like 20 minutes. It could start as soon as like 10 minutes. I'm going to step away and just go... Oh yeah, no, we were one of the last tables playing. I don't know anyone in any of these games. Let's just watch Rainer. Show hands. I'm gonna step away for a minute, use the bathroom, just walk around, maybe just like lay down in bed for a minute. But we have one game left. If we can continue going positive, I will be very happy. See y'all in a couple minutes. Be right back.
リーチ、連敗したよ。チーごめん、これロン。リーチ、ピンフ。
Okay. Oh, hey, just in time for that match to end. Check-in is happening, and it's just about to end in 1 minute, so I'm gonna go ready up. Oh, reached out to some of my friends, saw a little bit about how they were doing, but I didn't see how everyone was doing. Obviously, Beanie and Nano I know, because, like, was literally just in the match with them. I know how Moki did. I think he said, was it first or second for Moki? I think it was a first. Let's take a look. Yeah, Moki got first. Let's go. Oh god, my voice is so strained right now. I should not be saying let's go like that. And Natoko, I think, got second. Yeah, Natoko got second. Let me see. What am I doing? I'm looking for game results. Let's try to find Zoe on here. Zoe, Doe, Magikarp, Yeah, there's Moki's game. Oh, hang on, my voice is really feeling it. There's Magikarp. Looks like a solid second. Oh, new announcement went up. Hang on, what's that? Check-in's closing soon, that's all it is. There's Cardigans. Unfortunate last place. Happens. Wait, hang on, was that? That might have been previous round. I'm not sure. Alright, new games announced. There's Moki against no one I know. I'm playing against... I'm trying to remember if Mist Core is a name that I know. I don't think it is. I know. Oh, I think I know exactly what I'm thinking of. I think I'm thinking of like Mist Fern. That's a player that I know of, but Mist Core I don't think I know. I'm also playing against Capri and Suzuki. Don't know who they are. Arios is playing against nobody I know. Doe is playing against Beanie. I think they played against each other earlier too, huh? Interesting. Wait, is this an old... No, it's not. It's just two of the same matchups that we have had before. Ivaki's playing against somebody else that she played against earlier. I was saying he because I was thinking of the other player for a second. Magikarp is against Seagwolf. Who else do we got? Also, after that last match, I'm realizing why I didn't see Nano in any of these match announcements. It's because he is presumably a sub player. So that would be why. Chiaki against nobody I know. I wonder where some of these other friends are. And there's Natigo against nobody I know. Yeah, it's mostly just people playing against nobody I know. Games are starting, so mine's going to be starting in just a second. Check this last Discord message real quick. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna be probably a little bit quieter this next match because my throat is very much feeling it. I can see that Suzuki is not readied up yet, so that is one of the players in my game. Yeah, at this point, the only way I'm making it to the final table is if I get the world's most insane dealer streak. Because how many points do I need? They're at... Right now, it's a total of plus 152 to get into the final table. And Zoe is there, right at that threshold, 152.6, knocking out Lilian at 152.4. Zoe's doing incredibly. So I need plus a lot. Hang on. I think that this is correct, what's showing on screen, my 9.3. Yes. So I need over 140 points in one game, in one single game, if I want to make it to the final table. It's not going to happen. I'm going to say that right now, but right now I am very happy with my performance. I think, like, no matter how I do in this next game, I'm happy with these last two games. I'm good with that. What does it take to get to top 32? Plus 83. For right now, it's plus 83 anyway. Theoretically possible. I need a hell of a strong game to make that. But that's where the prizes begin, I think. Outside of just the table mat and the tablecloth and the tile backs. Which everybody gets those. But I'm not doing this for awards. I'm doing this for funsies. Surely, any second now, this game is gonna start. I'm gonna take another... No, I'm not. If I sit up straight for a while, like I've been doing, and I drink a lot of water, that, like, bugs my stomach in weird ways. That's why I was kind of having to sort of sit a bit differently for a while, more away from the microphone. If I have more sour candy, I'm gonna have to drink more water, and that's gonna bug that more, so I'm just gonna not do that. Water's good, and you should drink it, but it does bug me in weird ways for some reason. Oh god, my voice is gonna be fucking dead tomorrow. I might not be talking much this match. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, Ember's typing. We're still waiting on people to join this game. Okay, there we go, finally. Yep, there's Nano again, probably replacing Suzuki. Interesting hand here. I think that was actually a bad discard. I probably should have just dropped this off. I was thinking for a second about, like, what if I end up getting little 4 wins? Like, if I want to get to top 32, then I gotta dream. I gotta dream big with stuff like that. But I think this is not the hand that I dream big on. Wait, that was also Dora. Why didn't I should have kept it? That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Rough start. Happens. If this ends up being one Han, that's okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be quieter because my throat is... It's not doing great right now. In fact, I'm gonna lower the game volume real quick, so that way it might pick up my voice a little bit clearer. Lower it to like there. I don't know exactly how that sounds for y'all, but just since I can't speak as loudly as I was at the start of the stream. We're going one Han. I like the closed weight a little bit more than the Tonki weight. So that's why I didn't take the north. Maybe it would have actually been better, because then I could call Khan. And then I can try to get some extra value in this hand. But that's already unlikely to happen. It would be unlikely to be able to call Khan on it. And it would add more value over here for either of these guys. It's a bad sign that I'm not really focusing on this round nearly as much as I have been the other ones. I got it though. Small one Han hand, but it's something, I guess. Sadly, I don't get the Riichi stick as well. That would have been nice, but one turn would have needed to pass. For Sodora. This hand's looking solid. This hand's looking great. Should not need to call tiles here. I should have paused. God damn it. Why do you do that? Just... it takes a second to go through. I pressed unpause. Can you unpause? There we go. Ugh. Oh, that's gonna be real frustrating trying to get an 8 here. It's okay, I don't really need it. I could use these for a pair instead, or look for a 6 in here, like that. The 9 still should have kept... Yeah, the 9 still should have been kept, because that would be more likely to become a pair. Just slightly. Hmm. Drop an efficiency there just because it's Genbutsu, just because it's 100% safe. Okay. I could call Chi on 2-3-4 if I really want, but like, I'd rather not. I know that the 7-1 is safe now because this person's discarded it. Obviously not safe against Nano, but that's it. I'm gonna keep that for a sec. Who was thinking on that 7? Were you really thinking of calling Chi even though you just discarded one? Pwn for that doesn't really help me. Pwn for that also does not really help me. That Chi does not help me. Like, technically those pawns would have helped slightly, but like, considering the tile I'd have to discard, I wouldn't really trust it. Oh, double Dora. Solid lead for them. Was that? If I remember katakana right, that is Tamumashi? Unless I'm getting the Mu and Ma confused, in which case it's Tamamushi. Drop the 9. I'm pretty sure that's Tamamashi though. Turn off calls because I'm not really gonna. I mean, like I could take the 6, 7, 8 and build off this. It would be fine. It'd be hang on. Actually, it would be pretty decent, especially now with both of these being Dora, the 4 and the 6. I'd be happy to call on the 7. Not calling on that though. Keep that 1 in case this ends up as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I think I'd rather just go Tanyao. Sorry again that I gotta like talk so quietly right now. My voice is just like not the happiest. My throat is definitely bugging me. Wonder if I should have kept my West or White Dragon a little bit longer as safety and just drop this 9. Like, the only real benefit to keeping this is if I get a triplet of either the 3-pin or the 6 though, and then can use a 7, 8, 9. I'm keeping it as safety at this point. Like, I just don't see that happening. I'm almost certainly going to be forcing Tanyao. Again, especially with the tiles around this both being Dora. No, don't call Pwn there. We're Chiing. We're Chiing, not Pwning. I think the 1-pin is going to be pretty safe with this con of 2s out It's gonna be hard for anyone to use it except as a triplet or a pair. Unless they're going for 13 orphans. Which, let me tell you, I don't think anyone at this table is going for 13 orphans. Whew. Only 1/6 is out, so I could technically keep this, go for 3, 4, 5, and then triplet of one of these. Drop the 1 pin. Keep in my west for safety for a sec. But I still believe in the 7 so for the 6, 7, 8. Alternatively, I could get that. That's interesting. I'll take any chi or pwn for these so tiles. If a 4 so comes up, I drop a 5 and go for the 6, 6, 8. Which is a pretty nice shape. Similarly, if I pick up a 7, I do the opposite. Okay, so I get that. I'm gonna do this. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Well, I guess I'm not doing that. I could call pwn on these and look for a 7 pin. That might be another path forward. How do I feel about the 9 pin? I think it feels alright. If I pick up a 4 or 7, so I might drop this 8 though. Well, I guess I can't get a 4 or 7. It would just be strictly a 4. Yeah, I think the 3 pin should go. Okay. Wasn't on me, at least. Moves me into the dealer spot.
ドラ3マンガン
8 Pandora. There's a chance of this becoming painful if I pick up a 2 so and a 5 pin, or, you know, tiles around these. Like I could pick up a 4 so and a 3 pin, for example. I can't call. I really should just turn that off. I am Ishanten, but it's not a good Ishanten. Best I could pick up, I think, would be like a 7 pin, and then I try to hope for a 2 so after that. Or I could just get a 5 pin. If a red 5 pin would be great, and just take this double pairweight. Obviously, I don't really have control over what I end up drawing, but I think that is probably the best path forward. Double pairweight on 1 so 9 pin would be huge. Oh. 6 pin, huh? I don't really fuck with it. Got too many pairs already. I'd rather just keep it as a good section of my hand to build off of. Especially with the Dora nearby. I gotta watch out for Nano, building his hand as fast as he can. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So that's that dealership gone. I still got one more though. East 4. East wind. Oops, that's not what I wanted. This is what I want. East wind Ora. This could easily become Pinfu. This would be fantastic. Or 2-3-4 Sanshoku is another possibility as well. And Tanyao is also here. Honestly, let's lean into Tanyao for a sec. I have too many groups anyway, so I think it's fine to get rid of this pair. Discard that. Keep the west for slight bit extra safety. Because like that's pretty much all the one-so is doing in my hand anyway. This is more likely to stay as a pair than this is, just because of the sharing the 5 with this 6-7 group. That said, if I do pick up a 5-mon, I'll be thrilled to have this as a nice three-sided setup. That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I don't really have safe tiles against them. I think that because they're in the first row, dropping tiles next to what they've already discarded is fine. So I'm dropping that 3-pin because it's next to their 2. It doesn't hurt my efficiency too badly. I'll cut a 7. It's a little bit more risky, but I'm willing to do it. Because this hand, it could be very, very, very nice. If I pick up like a 5-mon, I could just look at dropping these, be fine with that. It's actually kind of risky. Cutting the 2-so instead. Is it risky? Because you could have had like a 2-2-3, but you couldn't have actually because I have 3 of the 3s. And one was just discarded, so that's actually completely safe now. It's unfortunate to have dropped that 2, because like it could have, well, not really. It would have gone here anyway. So that was fine, that was fine, that was fine. Dropping that. Drop the 4-so here. It's probably not dealing in, but it could. Okay, it didn't. They just were compound. I might call tiles. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have to drop the 3. I think I'm okay with that. Waiting on 2-5. Only 1 Han. At least I get the Riichi stick. I just didn't want this person to get much further ahead. 5-mon is the Dora. It's not a bad hand to work with. There is also another Sanshoku chance, especially if I pick up an 8 around here. Itsu chance as well if I pick up a 1, 2, and 4-pin. That's the pure straight, but... Ooh, there's the 4. Mostly giving up on Sanshoku. 6, 7, 8 is still possible, just not 7, 8, 9. It was nice to have that flexibility of being able to go either way with it, but I don't want to drop this 3. I think it's Oh, Yeah, no, it is pretty good to build off of. I can build off of this 3, this 6, this 3, or this 7. Building next to either of those sets up Pinfu for me. Well, maybe not Pinfu if I get something like that. But still could be if I pick up an 8 mon. I'm not taking that though. I do want Pinfu. Or the Itsu. I'm being a little bit greedy here, but I think that I can improve this hand more than just that one single Riichi only bad middleweight. I would have had a triplet of the Easts, but that's okay. Didn't need them. Technically, this could have been a Honitsu had I kept those and then looked for another pin tile. But like, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I had no idea I was gonna be drawing the other two, you know? I think the 7-mon, it looks a little dangerous, but it's not too bad. I'm okay with dropping it. It's a little dangerous. Okay, cool, it passed. This section, as it is just good to build off of. But I think this 5 is definitely gonna be, it's most definitely gonna be going. Don't do it, Nano. Okay, you're not. I think that's Zonky. It's either that or this player looking for home. Okay. So Nano does get it and probably passes me. Oh yeah, that's gonna pass me. Alright. South Windora. Don't really like all these pairs. I'm not expecting it to be Chitoy, so I think I can feel free to toss some of them. I like this 5-6-8 shape at least a little bit. I think a 7-star would be huge. Well, of course, I say that, and now it's gonna be much harder to get. I would like a turn. There was a very, very, very slight pause after that 4, and I was like, man, are one of you really gonna call it again? That's the Dora. I'm also very worried because both of them could be in Tenpai with Honitsu. I don't know which of them is, if either. I'm assuming I'm assuming at least one of them is, but it's a little bit worrying. Dropping the 7 because it's safe over here. Like, this could be Toy Toy. This already has a White Dragon. They've both dropped Sotiles kind of early. So neither one has to be Honitsu. Could be, but doesn't have to be. The South becomes incredibly dangerous against both of them, though. And keep that. Drop that 3 instead. Treat this as a 1-3-5. What 2 has been discarded? I'll discard it again. I'm glad it passed, because, well, obviously I'm glad it passed. It was just a little bit worrying was all. Because it hadn't been discarded in a while. And again, with these 2 threatening the Honitsu, the half flush. Wouldn't have surprised me too much if they called Roan on it. I could technically call tiles, but then I would have to drop this south at some point. I just don't think I can. So you know what? No, we're leaving that actually. We're leaving calls disabled. So just passed, so I can do that. I'm okay with not winning this hand as long as I don't deal in. But yeah, if I get the chance to hit Tenpai, if I drop this south, I'm not taking it. I'm keeping this south. Somebody's... You're not... Oh, okay, well, never mind. Now I can turn calls back on. It would just be another one-han hand. Feels like nothing, but... I think that's okay. Con, huh? That's interesting. Do I want to drop the 3-4? I think it's fine. The 4 is Genbutsu against everybody, at least. This turns this from Tanyao into Tanyao Door 2. Yeah, like I was thinking, didn't have to be Honitsu. I'm not sure that Nana was going for it either, which is kind of funny because they were both like heavily threatening it. 7 Sodora. I do have one. This is a pretty decent hand to build with. Do I have... Yeah. Meh. Best tile I could pick up, bar none, 7 sub. Just pick up an extra Dora. Probably drop this 2, eventually drop this 1. Okay. So now I would be dropping this 9 and this 2. Most likely. Especially this 2. This 2's bad. I could get a pair in either of these. I could get a pair over here as well. And then be looking for a 7-pin. That would just be Riichi Dora, but I think I'd be okay with that. Drop that 2 just because the 4 is going to be easier to build off of. Might be frustrating, but that's okay. That's just Mahjong. Drop 1 tile, and then you'll pick up another, same one. That's just how Mahjong goes. That would have been a 2-3 setup. That would have been pretty nice, but that's okay. I'll drop my 8. I think that's okay. Drop the Genbutsu tile. Thinking my 9-pin's probably going next. Yeah. It's not quite folding entirely, but I'm definitely on that path. I mean, strictly on the 7-mon, huh? Oh, small hand, that's fine. I was a little bit worried when the dealer was winning, because, like, you know, if I want any chance to take first, I don't want them getting too many points. But if it's just that few, I'm okay with that win. That's perfectly fine. Moves the game forward, lets me have a chance at a better hand, and this hand is looking pretty okay. I'd especially love a 7-mon. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, game. Thank you for understanding. And if I could build off this 4, I'd be super happy. Tuso would also be extremely good. Could be Tanya. Don't really want to call for it though. I could if I need. I'm not sure if calls for right this second. Yeah. We'll force Tanya. Maybe not force, because I could pick up a 9 in here. But if I get that, I'm happy with Pinfu as well. Better yet, if I can get Tanya Pinfu. Okay, I would have had the 7, 8, 9. That's okay, though. I'm not worrying about it. I'm not keeping it. It's fine. Keep these as a pair. This extra 5 is also very likely to go. It's not really serving much of a purpose. In fact, maybe I should have dropped it instead of the 8. Maybe? No, I think the 8 was just the better play there for discarding. I don't like Zaki opening the hand up, or Nano. 3, 4, 5, that is a Sanshoku chance. If I can get a 4-mon, then that's Pinfu, Ipeko, possible Tanyo. That 4 or 5 pin would have been better than the 7, 8, but that's okay. If I can manage to pick up something around here, and I'll drop this 7, 8. That could be Chitoy as well. Could be Chitoy. No. Tanya Ipeko. Do I reach though? I'll reach. Reach Tanya Ipeko. It's not big, but it is something. I could get a con on these 7s, add extra value. Hope to add extra value anyway. I will say I'm excited for this game to be over though, just because of my throat. Ugh. Okay. Reach Tanya Ipeko, 3 Han. No extra That's okay, that's still solid. Puts me right in there for first. And moves me into the dealer seat. 6 Pandora. 4 pairs is pretty nice. And I can call in south. This might be a Toy Toy hand. Well, it might be a Toy Toy attempt. Whether it's actually Toy Toy or if it's just south and red 5, that remains to be seen. Okay, it would probably just be south red 5. Picking up a 4 so would also be huge. Ugh. I don't really have a reason to keep that. It would be too many groups, and it's just a bad group in general, so like, why bother? Yeah, this is just so much better to build off of. That said, even this might be going if I pick up the south. Maybe? Or would I consider dropping... Well, okay, that answers that. I was thinking about maybe if I drop 1 pin. If I didn't drop the 1 pin, then that would have been Ishanten for Chitoi if I wanted. Probably would have been waiting on this 2, 3, or 4. Of course, that's not how it worked, how it played out, so. A 4-so would be huge. A 4-so would be massive. Because then it could go for a 3-4-5 and a 5-6 setup. Or it could be a 4-5-6 with a Shanpon wait on this 3 or south wind. It could go a couple different directions. Just a very versatile shape if I can get that. But of course that means that I have to drop myself as well. I think this Tumon's going to be more dangerous over here, so I want to discard it early before I think they hit Tenpai. Okay, that's a 4-so. Hang on, we got options. Would be best now would just be drawing the south wind, but I don't have to do that. I could draw a number of different things. 3-pin, 6-pin, 3-so, 4-so, 5-so, 6-so, 7-so, or south wind. Does a 5-so actually put me in Tenpai? No, it doesn't. Never mind. Forget that one. But 3-so, 4-so, 6-so, 7-so, as well as a 3-pin, 6-pin, south wind. All those help me out. Obviously 23 tiles left though, we are getting a little close. If I get the chance to call Pawn here, I think I take it. That was a very dangerous discard, because that was Dora. Speaking of danger, that's terrifying. Drop Sansa. I don't think I can drop the Haku. Whew. Really? I'm trying. I think I had to try to push for my dealership, to extend my dealership, and I was hoping that it dealt into a small hand if it did deal in, which frankly was more likely. It did deal into a small hand. I'm okay with it. I don't know. It was a tough decision. Because it's not really a decision that I want to defend from. It's a decision that I want to push from. Or it's a decision that I want to push while I have that decision. If I wanted to pass into first place. Especially again, like with prizes on the line in the tournament, if I could extend that dealership, that could have been very nice. It would have been very hard to do as well, so. But that would have been the only way to have really achieved those, would be to, you know, to try to push that dealership. Really waiting on 1 pin, 4 pin, 7 pin. Not a lot of options there, which is a bit unfortunate. If I can pick up a 7-so, then I'll drop one of these groups. And by one of these, I mean I would drop this 2 and 3. Of course, that's if I draw 7-so. And if I draw something better to build off of, then I get that instead and swap it out with this 8. Can't call that. Like, technically, maybe I could have, but it's real bad. So since I still have to really try from first here, I need 4,300 points. Or if it's direct, I need 2,200. I don't think that 3 is going to help me. Yeah. It doesn't really help me much more than this 8, I don't think. Maybe slightly, but I don't know that it does. Oh, turns out it would have... Well, no, it wouldn't have, because I wouldn't have drawn this if I didn't discard that 3. Them calling it changed the turn order. Could be Ipeko. I don't trust it, though. You two look like you're both waiting for a lot of Sotiles. I gotta be real, I just don't like it. How many of these are left? We have 2 4s out. Oh, that would have been the 79. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so we have 2 4s out, 3 7s out, and a 1 out. Okay, there we go. That's finally Tenpai. He's the best Tenpai. Do I Pinfu, or do I reach? I'll reach. That's my chance at a comeback. Reach Pinfu Dora. Could be enough for me to take first here. 1-4-7 pin. There we go. That's game. That's another win. I had a real rough start to the day with 2 immediate losses, but the last 3 games I won all of them. So I'm very happy with how I played toward the end of this. Oh, that's that though. That is not going to be enough to make it to the final table. In fact, let me pull up. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... It was under announcements, right? Was it? Here it is. Here's the standings.